of survivors and experts under the leadership of former Chief Cadmus Delorme to help guide this process to ensure that nothing is overlooked or held back. And for clarity, the Documents Advisory Committee is a different committee that joins us here today, the National Advisory Committee on Residential Schools, Missing Children and Unmarked Burials, which is hosting today's event. So miigwech to all the members and Circle of Survivors as well that are here. These are all important developments, and this is how we will preserve the truths of the residential school system, and this is how we will gather the information needed to support and find all of the missing children. We know that a great many residential school records were lost or destroyed over the years. There will be gaps in our knowledge as a result. And now, tragically, there is another set of records that is scheduled for destruction. All statements provided to the TRC have been preserved by the NCTR and will never be destroyed. However, there is an entirely different situation for survivor statements provided to the independent assessment process. When the TRC gathered statements, it obtained the consent of survivors to preserve these records. Survivors also indicated whether they wanted these statements to be shared publicly or if they were to remain confidential. This didn't happen in the IAP process, and as a result, the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that in order to protect the confidentiality of survivors, the statements given during the IAP process cannot be turned over to the NCTR and must instead be destroyed. The court has set a deadline of September 19th, 2027. This is of great concern. Survivors may have assumed that when they made the statement to the IAP, it would be part of the historical record, and that they didn't need to also make a separate statement to the TRC. As a result, their lives, their oral histories that they wanted to preserve for the children and for the historic record may be lost. Fortunately, there is an option for survivors to preserve the statements they have made to the independent assessment process. This requires each survivor to make individuals' requests and to have their statements returned to them, to have them transferred to the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, or both. The form isn't long or complicated, and the NCTR can always and will be willing to help. If you made a statement to the IAP, or if someone in your family did, I would urge you to be in touch with the NCTR to help preserve that important life story. I also want to emphasize that it is not only the IAP records that are scheduled for destruction. All records that have been transferred to the NCTR will be protected for all time. And we will do everything we can to help survivors access these records and to support the respectful use of records for the sacred work for the search of finding all the missing children and our loved ones. Lastly, I would like to point out that if you've not had a chance to share your statement, your story, and would like to do so, we do have Statement Gatherer available here today on site, and she would be honored to meet with you. I don't know if Gloria Whitford is in the room right now, but she's a wonderful woman, Cree, from our area of the world here. You can also ask one of our staff members about connecting you to her. I think she's outside. I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have after the panel and look forward to meeting with you and say thank you, Ulalin, and for hosting the meal yesterday. I had many good laughs, so I look forward to connecting more. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you to Stephanie. So as Stephanie said, today is about honoring the knowledge and expertise of Indigenous peoples and sharing that knowledge and expertise to each other so that we can find our children who never came home. With that, I'll say that these records and these stories are incredibly important, and preserving that work and those voices, it's important work. As someone, I'm a teacher, and I teach in universities, and I teach Ilnu studies or Mi'kmaq studies at Dalhousie University, and the opportunity to to share with students these challenges and that exist, and the importance of archives, and the fact that we wouldn't, I always tell them, we wouldn't have this class if it wasn't for survivors and if it wasn't for that truth and that bravery. And so we need to be reminded of that. And I hope that, that people are reminded of that, not just in this room, but, outside this room and wherever you are, that this whole movement is so important because of all of those voices. I always remind students, you wouldn't have reconciliation in the university if it wasn't for survivors. And so, they're often not reminded of that. And so, I just thank all of you, even, those virtually, all those not here. And thinking of those not here, I did want to take a moment to recognize Doreen Bernard. Doreen was vital in helping to organize this event. With the committee and with the National Center. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it today. But, Doreen, for those who don't know Doreen, she's one of our grandmothers. She's one of our water protectors. Her work we hold near and dear to our heart, and she does a lot of really good community work across Mi'kma'ki or Unmarked. And so I guess a thank you in our hearts, and we know she's here in spirit, to thank Doreen for all that she put in to ensure that this event took place here in Truro and in Mi'kma'ki, or Wigwahawbegit, it would be the Mi'kmaq word for where we are. We are having two panels this morning. The first will be a survivors panel from this territory, and so a sharing of stories and the voices of our survivors from this territory. The second panel that focuses on updates on the search of residential schools missing children. We will hear from Stephanie Scott, Alison Bealey from Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, and then also Councillor Cheryl Giu, who you heard from this morning from Shubenacadie First Nation. I will say that after that panel, specifically the one about sharing current events and updates for this search, there will be lots of time for questions and comments and sharing of thoughts. And so I want to make sure that all of you know that. And so I'll make sure on my end that we make sure we give that time for those questions. We know that this is a difficult topic, so we want all of you to know that this is a safe space. You're with family. If you need to get up and leave for a moment so you can take a deep breath, collect your thoughts, feel free to do so. And if you want to talk to someone, we have health support workers here with us today. Ask them to stand up and identify themselves if they are here, if we have any of our support workers with us today. Yeah, we have a few of them in the back. And you guys are with Eskazoni Mental Health? Yeah. So our workers and their provide service in Mi'kmaq and also in English, and so thank you guys for being here, and so yeah, our mental health supports, they come from Eskazoni Mental Health. Eskazoni Mental Health is actually our first or our only organization that provides mental health services to our community members all across Mi'kma'ki in the Mi'kmaq language. The service is available 24/7. It's a phone line. There's always someone to call on the phone. There's always someone that you can speak to, not only in English but in Mi'kmaq. It's a service that's so vital for our communities, and so we thank them for all that they do, and they come to things like such as this. And so I want to recognize all of those staff, those community members that do all of that work to help our communities. The National Advisory Committee wanted to begin this event with survivors. 3 survivors have very kindly agreed to share their thoughts on why the search for our missing children is so important and how we can do this in a good way. And so I would like to invite them. I'll invite them up one by one. We have a speaker's podium here, and then I will introduce them. And so our first speaker is Dr. Lottie Mae Johnson. From the age of 10 to 16, Lottie spent time in and out of the Indian Residential School and has served her community of Eskizoni in many ways, including as a board member of the Shubenacadie Indian Residential School Association from 1995 to 2007, and as a member of the Indian Residential School Survivors Committee of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Cape Breton University has conferred upon her the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, in recognition of her role in changing a nation through her work in Indigenous rights and reconciliation. And to share my own story, the first ever interview I did was with Lottie. I asked her all about powwows and our culture, and Lottie was so gracious to share, and it was one of the first opportunities I ever got to actually leave Nova Scotia with the stories that Lottie shared, and I end up making a presentation about powwows and about our Mi'kmaq culture, and I'm just forever grateful for everything that Lottie shares, not just to me but to all of us. And Lottie worked many years alongside my mom at NADICA, Native Alcohol and Drug Abuse Counseling Association. And another individual who is also here with us today would like to also introduce Shirley Morris. Shirley Morris is a former student of the Indian Residential School and understands the devastating impact on former students and their families and communities. She works in Shubenacadie First Nation and previously worked with the Native Alcohol and Drug Abuse Counseling Association for 13 years. She is a certified trauma counselor as well as a drug and alcohol counselor. Her current position as coordinator of the Residential School Support Program focuses on providing the healing needs of former students, their descendants, and Indian Day School former students. Shirley also is an individual who has worked alongside with members of my family or my mom. And then lastly, we would like to introduce Alan Knockwood. Alan Knockwood is a former Indian Residential School a school survivor of the Shubenacadie Indian Residential School as well as the Mi'kmaq Indian Day School. He has worked on promoting understanding about the Mi'kmaq and reconciliation and the impacts colonization has had in our shared history. Alan provides for us a lot of ceremonial support throughout many of our communities. I'm someone that frequents the powwow community, and Alan, all of these survivors are so important to our powwow community. Alan, Shirley, Lottie, and so with that, I would like to thank them for being here, thank them for providing their voice to share, and I would like to welcome them up to share their story. Lalio. Or over there, yeah. How are you? Good to see you. So I guess how we'll start it is we'll start with Dr. Johnson, and then we will let them sort it out from there and go down along the lines. So I'll leave the floor to Dr. Lottie Mae Johnson.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And a few months ago, I didn't think I was going to be here at all, but I'm very grateful that I'm sitting up here today. I was just thinking, like, when we got here, I said, somebody said we were going to speak, and I said, on what? And Mine, I think, is a little bit on the residential school, the history part, and myself. I go around and I talk to different schools, to different groups. And I have a little slide presentation that I used to bring with me. And I speak of the residential school in my life. I was born in Maine, from Maine. We were going through centralization here in this area where they were moving people from one reserve to another. And I live on the largest reserve. I came from Maine to Afton, from Afton to Chapel Island, and then my family were relocated again to Eskasoni. So I lived there. I came there at 8 years old. I lived there for a couple of years, and then when I was 10, the Indian agent, the RCMP, and one of the constables came to our house and told my mother that everybody of school age would have to go to residential school because she had too many children. And so my mother figured, well, if we go to Shuby, at least we'll have a bed. Everybody was sleeping in bed, and we looked like sardines in some of the beds. But she says, we'll have a clean bed, we'll have clothes, we'll get religion and a good education. And that's what she thought of it. And she says, priests and nuns, it's a good place to be. But I guess she didn't really fully understand what it was. And it wasn't until later on that I learned that once you sign for your children to enter residential school, you sign away all your parental rights to your children. It's like Micmac family or another group coming in and taking possession of your children. We went there. I was 10. My other brother and sister, they were the youngest, I think. They were like 4 and 5 when they went. There was other ones that were already there that were younger than some of the ones that went in. But I remember like going, and I thought it was really exciting, but the train ride we got there, I never was on a train before, and that was exciting until I got there. When we got to the residential school, we got there at night. I don't know if I was hungry or not, and I don't think they gave us supper. They brought us into the recreation hall on the girls' side, and it was maybe about this size or a bit bigger. I think it was bigger, but it looked pretty big when you were a kid. So when we got there, we had to stand in the middle, and they took our clothes. We had to take our clothes off, and then they took us in to shower. After we got showered, then they deliced us with that white powder, and everybody was given a number. I was I don't know what I was at that time. I think I was 18 or 21, but I ended up with the number 47, and that was the number that stuck to me for the next few years that I was there. When I went for the IAP and all of this, I used to think that I know a lot happened, but I could never connect with what happened with me and any emotion or feeling. And but I seen a lot, and I remembered kids. And when it came to their IAP, I could remember a lot of what happened to them. And it certainly wasn't a good place to be. I know that, and that was for sure. And it's hard to imagine that somebody coming and taking your children away at 4 or 5 years old. That's really rough on the family. And it helps to... once you separate the family, you never get that closeness back or bonding. And I felt that with my family. Like half of them, I don't have that closeness with, except for the ones that I went to residential school with. I've been closer to them. But there's so many different things, and I never thought that I would talk about it again. Not really. I talk about different things and the school. But to be there and I remember when we went, my mother told me, I was the oldest at 10, and she told me, she says, you take care of your brothers and sisters. And I thought, oh my God, how am I going to look after them? We're all split up, and you weren't really allowed to talk to nobody. Except for my younger sister, I looked after her a bit. And I think I was at that age where I didn't need any, what they had was a charge, somebody to look after you, and I didn't have anybody. So one of the older girls kind of told me like what I needed to do and stuff like that. So I had to, and because I spoke English already, I became sort of an interpreter. I learned Micmac and Shubi in the residential school, besides being at home and there. So when I speak, I can speak Micmac pretty fluently, but I switch back and forth into English, and I say in English. English, I think, has been the language that I've remained in most of my life. A lot of things I never liked, but kids ran away. I remember that when they ran away, that first year when I got there, when they ran away, they brought them back, the girls, that night, and everybody got a strap, and I don't think they shaved their heads. I don't know. Some of them had their heads shaved. The other ones, and then you had to wear kitchen dresses for the next 2 or 3 weeks. And you stood out, and this, it was a result of what would happen if you ran away. And I remember another time when they brought in dogs. I don't know, that was kind of scary at night. But they brought these other ones back, and I used to think, and my mother says, I felt like I had nowhere to run. So I never ran away. I don't know how old I was about 14 or 15. I was in the kitchen, and my sister ran away. Well, she was going to run away with this bunch. And some of them went down over the hill, and they told me. So I left the kitchen, I went out, and I chased her. I got her, I brought her back. I said, where do you think you're going? I says, they're going to bring you back tonight anyway. I says, and you'll be caught. I says, you'll end up getting a strapping. I says, and you'll be lucky if they don't shave your head. So I brought her back, and then we got locked out. I was outside the kitchen, so I was knocking on the kitchen. And the nun says, what are you doing out there? I says, I came out I brought a mop out, I says, and I got locked out. So I brought my sister back in. But I think it was around 9 or 10 o'clock that night they brought those other girls back. And like when you got a strapping or whatever happened, everybody had to watch. And for little kids, I think that, the littler ones, that was really scary and traumatizing for them. And then I remember that first or second year, I think it was in 57, that we seen this somebody, I don't know who it was, one of the girls said, they got somebody outside there carrying them across the field. And so we all ran to the window. It was right moonlight out. And we're looking out, and we seen the priest and that they were going ahead on the other side where the hedges were. And so we're looking out, and they had this, it looked like a sheet that they were carrying across the yard. I don't know where they went, but I guess we made noise, and the nun come out of the room. And she says, get back in bed. So everybody ran for their bed, except for like that one girl. And I don't know what happened. She was the girl that ended up in the drain on the girl's side. Like there was a steel plate there. They used to lift it up, and they could put them in there, put somebody in it. But it wasn't very big, and she was small. And need Kleenex anyway, but. think I was supposed to talk for 10 minutes. How do you talk on something like that for 10 minutes? You know, and maybe I'll save some of it to share later on with the what do you call it, people that are taking stories. But this is the same girl that when we were going through the IAP and that, and Shirley and I were both helping some of the survivors take statements. One of these women came in and closed the door. And I had already told the lawyer about this kid that was in the drain. I didn't know who. But this woman came in, and then she told me that she was one of the kids that was kept in the drain on the girl's side. And I says, oh my God, you know, that was her. And I don't know how old we were, 10, 11, I think, at the time. And when everybody would go out and the drain was like in the corner, we'd go in, we'd run over and we'd lay on the floor and talk to her. But like you knew when the nuns were coming, either somebody would hit on the pipe or you'd hear their beads, they'd be coming. So when we'd hear them, we'd run outside. So she was that girl that was in the drain. And I still don't know, she was one of the ones, she said that was her friend that went missing that night. I don't know who it was or what she couldn't remember, but she said she never seen her again. And when she asked, they told her that she got sick during the night, and they took her to the hospital. So that was one of the ones. I don't know if she died or what happened. And I don't know what they were carrying across the yard at that time. But I mean, when you see a lot of these things happening, as a kid, you sure learn your place. There was a bunch of kids, like they were in different groups. There was a group that was seen and the other ones that were unseen. The ones that you didn't see were the ones that were traumatized and fearful. They couldn't talk, they didn't do nothing. They didn't get in trouble or tried not to. They stayed away from everybody. And I don't know, I think if it hadn't have been for that one nun, I couldn't talk really. And it took me a long time to be able to talk about things. But I remember her, she'd ask me things and I wouldn't answer. And, but even though I knew what she was saying, and she used to knock on my head, and she used to say, hello in there. She says, you with the great big cow eyes, she says, there's nothing in there. You're nothing but an empty head, she says. She says, you'll never be anybody, and you'll never amount to anything. So I think she was one of the ones that became a driving force behind me. And I couldn't talk, but boy, my mind could go. And I says, well, I'll show you, you bugger. You know, I says, I'll do something. And I says, and I thought about it, like, we had that Freedom Day when we left in June. So if you had an enemy or something, you would do something to them. Put glue or something in their shoes or do something to them. So, and then, but if you came back and they were coming back, then you had to wait for that retaliation. They'd get you back. So that's what I thought of. I says, I'm going to get them. I'll get her yet. But I didn't know how. And I says, thank God, I says, for, in a sense, that I did get to go to the residential school. It wasn't a good place at all to be. But I learned how to fight for myself. And in Shubenacadie school, you had to learn, no matter how old you were or how big you were, you learned how to fight. And that was one of the things that the kids learned. I used to be scared of them. I used to say, gee, you get one of them mad, no matter how big they are, they're going to beat the crap out of you. Yeah. You know, and I think it was a lot of this anger that they all had. And it's hard when you hold this in for so many years. And even when we first started with the trying to form a group. Oh my God, there was so much anger here. We used to meet in one of these rooms here and the other side and here with no money. We had survivors themselves that were helping out. Cecil Condo used to pay for the rooms most of the time, or he'd pay for the snacks, the coffee and lunches that we got. And the other ones, we would raise our own money to help pay for the room, and we traveled on our own. So what a lot of it taught us to be resilient, to learn how to do these things. So when Nora formed this group association, I says, everybody was scared that they'd be excommunicated from the church and be thrown off the reserve. And I says, well, you can, I don't go to church anyway. I says, and you can throw me off of the reserve. I've survived off the reserve for 18 years. I'll survive again. I said, I survived everything else. And I says, they already tried killing me. It didn't work, you know. And that's what I told the lawyer. I says, what person goes into a classroom somewhere and chokes a 10-year-old kid until they're unconscious? I says, what do you call it? And they told me it was common assault. It was an assault. I says, if I did it, I says, you'd be charging me with attempted murder. You know, I says, I woke up on the floor and this nun's still praying. I don't know what the hell she's praying for, that I'd die. But I says, I'm still here. Thank God.
Yeah.
I says, so when we done that, and I told Nora, I says, I'll sign. I says, what else can they do to me? I says, and so we went everywhere, and there was me and Shirley and Mary Agnes and my cousin, and when we first started, we'd run around to different reserves, and we'd bring information. In one reserve, I always remember, we told them we'd be there at 10 to
10 to 7.
From 5 to 7. And we brought some stuff we had cooked, like, and we came in, and nobody's there. Oh my God, so we waited around. And it was almost 7 o'clock, so when we get ready to leave, they're all coming in. And they thought it was 5 to 7.
5 minutes to 7.
Yeah. And a lot of our information came off of the internet. You know, in the beginning, it was really hard. So I think my 10 minutes is up. But anyway, I became part of that. I work with Nadia. I work with anybody and everything. And I think information is the most important thing that we need to get out. There's still people out there that don't know nothing about the residential schools and what happened there. And there's so much more, and different things I've seen. I usually just talk about physical abuse. I don't talk nothing about the sexual abuse or whatever. Or I figure I already been traumatized all my life. I don't need to traumatize other people. As I can talk, and I can make you laugh, or I can make you cry, whatever. But I says, that's not the idea. I says, we need to get the picture of the residential school across to people across the nation. And what you see on TV happening today, it's very traumatic, and it brought me back again to the residential school. So I just want to say thank you. I'm rambling on, and I better with Shirley. Thank you very much.
Well, there's really not too much I can say now. But I'm also a residential school survivor, along with 3 of my sisters and 1 brother. And when we went to residential school too, because we were at another Catholic school where those nuns were really nice to us, we thought all nuns were nice. So when we went, I remember my mom buying us all new clothes, and we're so happy we're going to be wearing these new clothes and everything. But when we got there, as Lottie was saying, they put us in the shower, put this white stuff all over us, cleaned our heads and our bodies, and they took away my new clothes and they wouldn't let me wear them. They put on these raggedy looking pants or shirts or whatever, and we kept on asking, "Where's our clothes? Where's our clothes?" And but they wouldn't give it back to us. But I'm the coordinator of the residential school support program, and we well, just I kind of like coordinate a lot of the healing activities for survivors, their descendants, and also Indian Day School students, but also for all the community. And since I've been working with Lottie for about 13 years with residential school survivors, and being a survivor myself, I understand what the survivors were going through and how they felt and what they were thinking, and I was practically the same way, right? But I received a lot of my healing through a lot of the information that passed my desk, where I had to read and file, you know. So I began to understand the mental health of a lot of our people, and of myself, why I thought this, why I was going this way, why I was doing that. So I became knowledgeable about it, and it began to sink in that this is why it happened, this is why. And I always kept telling myself, you know, this is a collective thing that happened to our people, you know, to my brothers and my sisters. And so I didn't hold on to a lot of that anger so much. I began to let it go, and I'm not hurting anybody else but myself when I hold on to this anger. And so now with my position as coordinator of these programs, I'm doing healing retreats for survivors and their families. But also what I wanted to concentrate on maybe next year's programs is to address the children. And because we all know what human trafficking is doing to a lot of people, I really want to concentrate on the younger girls and boys. And it's about some of the problems that they're having with bullying in school and cyberbullying, but also to create more awareness about their environments, you know, to really look out for, you know, to be more safe than they are, and to not travel in by themselves, or, you know. And I wanted to get them to learn self-defense, and have them given tools that would, you know, if anything was to happen, that they would be able to reach out to somebody, anybody that's around them or near. And also, I'm not really quite sure if I should address it here, but one of the survivors was telling me that all the searches they were doing at the Shubenacadie residential school was that they should really concentrate on maybe where the pond area was, where a lot of the kids used to go skating and at winter time, but then during the warmer seasons, that they should look there. But other than that, I don't really know about that, you know. But I was just told by a survivor that I should mention it, you know. So I really don't have really much to say, but we do have, because of our the loss of language too. I've also and how the elders have really pushed for trying to revive the language. Having the Mi'kmaq class going twice a week. And then I have the beading class, which people are more interested in doing beading. But then we're going to extend those classes to include, the arts and craft into more leather work and other kinds of stuff that we want to do. And also, I don't know what they called it, that yeah, the jigamagan, yeah. And they wanted to learn that, so we're going to try and teach that, get somebody to teach us anyway, yeah. So really, I don't really have much to say. That's it. I do remember some things from the residential school that if any of us did anything wrong, since I had a brother on the other side, and us girls were on this side, if he did anything bad, then we were denied visits with him for another couple months, so we hardly ever seen him. And then when we would go into the kitchen area to go and eat, we weren't allowed to look on the boys' side, or where we would try and see if we could see our brother or our cousin or somebody, but we weren't allowed to look. If you didn't look straight, you were punished again, and so it was really hard to kind of maintain some kind of a contact, even just a nod or, I see you, and the punishments, that they were really kind of cruel, especially for the younger girls too, that would wet their beds. They were forced to wear sheets over their heads and walk around like that. And, it was just kind of terrible. The punishments were so degrading, and it was really bad. And they would have like young girls doing kind of dangerous jobs. I remember coming up into the dormitory one day and seeing a bunch of girls in front of a window. And there was one girl that was standing outside the window to wash it. And we were on the top floor. And she was washing the windows. And the girls were telling her, jump, jump, jump. And I got so scared that I ran, and I told one of the bigger girls, that what the other girls were saying. So she went and they all kind of took off anyway. She brought in that young girl, but I couldn't even see because I got so scared. I left, and in our family, after we left residential school, we didn't talk about it. We didn't talk to each other about it. We didn't talk about our experience or anything about residential school. And we didn't start talking about it till the meetings here at, even here when it used to be kiddies. We never talked about it. And then, so some years later, I was telling my sister about that young girl that was outside that window and how scared I was. And she goes, that little girl, she said, that was me. And I almost crumbled right then and there because I didn't know. Maybe I didn't want to know, you know what I mean? But she told me right to my face then, that little girl, she said, that was me. They were hollering that and trying to get to jump. So I said, oh God, this place is nuts. Yeah, so really that's about it. Thanks for listening. Yeah.
Clay. My name is Alan Lockwood, more formally known as Alan Bear. I'm Shubie. I was incarcerated at that place for 4 years and very close to being a statistic because of the anepsquinosk. When I was there, I'm going to go backwards a little bit in chronology here. When I was there, I had acute appendicitis. It meant that there was extreme pain in my lower abdomen. So I was sent upstairs Monday. And by Friday, I was so hungry, I came downstairs to eat. I sneaked downstairs to eat. Managed to get downstairs. I had supper, But I also discovered I was on the kitchen duty as well. Well, kids being kids, we made a contest of everything. And I can never forget those green Melmac bowls. Well, we piled them up as far as we could, high up, and then attempted to walk from that corner to the scullery, or scully over there. Scullery. I remember making about halfway over, and the pain hit again, and I collapsed, and those bowls went all over the place. Well, then any of us moves came back out, and she started kicking me right there where I was hurt. Stop lollygagging. I'd never heard that word before. I've never heard it since either. Lollygagging. And I was crying. I was all curled up in pain. And Ivan Marble saw Father Collins down the hall. He ran after Father Collins and said, "That woman is trying to kill Alan." Father Collins came in, picked me up on my collar, took me out, and somehow or another I convinced him to take me to the doctor in the studio, Dr. Stewart. Dr. Stewart then, in turn, said, "Get him to the hospital now." I passed out about Brookfield. It was Friday night. I was on the operating table that night. My mother and David were in Boston, and they flew my mother up and my brother David up from Boston because I was dying. I woke up Monday morning, they were at the bottom of my bed. That Thursday, I was going to be discharged. This is Monday. I was going to be discharged from Truro Hospital on Friday. Thursday night, my grandfather walked in the house about 11 o'clock at night into the hospital. Gathered up the sheets because I had no clothes, and carried me out. And I can remember the nurses all turning their backs, looking at the wall, as my grandfather was carrying me out. They knew what he was doing. And I went home. Saturday morning, my grandfather was cleaning a gun. I was on a mattress in front of the stove. And he was cleaning a gun. He was just doing it because he had to clean the gun. The RCMP walked in. "Where's Alan?" "Loaded." And he was putting his gun together. "Oh, okay, Mr. Knockwood, that's okay. You take care. Yeah, you take care." I never saw them again. Thank God. We witnessed horrible things at residential school. There's a friend of mine from Afton who ran away. We were sitting in Shubenacadie school. We didn't know which direction, what was where. He went down the road and was trying to go towards Knoll Shore, thinking that it was the way home. But he had to go down through the barn. Well, they caught him. The RCMP brought him back up, told this person, "Which way did you come?" And we got to the barn, he pushed him into the manure pit. We're back at the school. I remember it was a Saturday afternoon. Here comes this guy covered with cow shit and being paraded around, running away. They stripped him, they strapped him, they shaved him in front of us. I'll never forget that. When the IAP came out, our brother Dave was on a committee with Nora and the rest. I didn't want to go. I said, no, I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do this again. And Dave finally convinced me to go and speak our truth. It took me a long time to speak our truth, and our truth is out there. our truth hurts, but our truth is there. And thankfully for these people around me right here, right now, I would not have been able to go through this trauma again without their support. One crazy thing, though, about all this is that I joined the United States Navy. I was supposed to be an air controlman. Well, I couldn't get a security clearance. What choice do I have? You can be a dental technician. Yeah, right. You can be a bosun's mate. And they said, no, don't do that. All you do is paint, and strip paint and paint it again. Or hospital corpsman. What's that? It's a medic. Sounds good. I'll try that. Geez, I come to love it. Became an RN after that too, my dad. But what they didn't tell me at the time was that the Marine Corps was Department of Navy. And that the corpsmen, Marine Corps medics, was us. I'd gone through boot camp with the Navy. Nothing to it. And then I went to boot camp again. And I remember this huge, I mean huge, big black sergeant coming down, and Marine Corps, he's got his hat, and he's just screaming at me. I'm looking at him, calm, cool, collected. He finally looked at me and says, I don't scare you, do I? I said, no. I went to residential school in Canada. He left me alone. Left me alone. Leave that guy alone. So there's one good thing coming out of residential school. That. In my research into residential school, especially after the 215 were found out in Kamloops, I went and dug into as much as I could into the archives, and I discovered there's 138 children missing, unaccounted for from Shubenacadie. 138 kids we cannot find. Stories like Lottie May just told you about is very common amongst us survivors. The initial day, Joe Francis and I went up there and we did a prep ceremony when they started off the ground search. Unfortunately, the ground search only covered the immediate area around the residential school. People in a village, Shubenacadie, Aglisio, came back to me and said, you guys aren't looking far enough. Yeah. What do you mean we're not looking far enough? Well, when we worked there, that farm down the road collaborated with the priest, and there's bodies down there. That area there and the place where Shirley just talked about around the pond. Well, that farm was a pig farm. And pigs don't discriminate. They eat everything. So the chances of finding survivors in that area are very slim, but nonetheless that we know and pray that they are there. Keep in mind too, other stories about the furnace room. Survivors will tell you stories about that. The brief scream. And that river in front of the Shubenacadie Residential School is one of the highest tides in the world, and it grows fast. So if you put a body in there or anything in there, it ends up in the Bay of Fundy. So the chances of us finding graves up there are slim. But our knowledge of what happened is fresh, unfortunately. And I urge Winnipeg and the council up there, don't give up on us. Just because you can't find a physical body, no, we have it. We have their memory here. There's plaques at the entrance of the old school site. And before you get to the plaque, there's an area where the caretakers' houses are, and the field in front of that, between them and the river. That is now a sacred site. We don't even allow fishing in that area. But if you have a chance and you need to close something up, go there, put your tobacco down. Mossedemang. That place needs your prayers. And I invite everyone, anytime, come down and pray with us. Our kids, their memory, that truth, while it can hurt, can also heal. And it brings closure to a lot of us. Sinogama, Walaudio.
Buxapi Waladio, to Dr. Lottie Mae Johnson, to Alan Knockwood, and to Shirley Morris, if we could give them another round of applause. I think I would say this, yes, but on behalf of everyone here, and I think I speak for them, Buxapi Megwidelamul no, Buxapi Gisalnul no. Thank you guys. We're going to take a short break, 10 minutes. Want to remind everyone that we have Eskazoni Mental Health with us to speak to anyone in the room who may need that. And for those of you who are online with us today, remember that the Indian Residential Schools crisis line is always available. And the team will be putting a number up on the online platform. So we'll see everyone in 10 minutes.
When they carried that person around the hedges and down on the boys' side, they made
Hi, everyone. Oh, if you hear my voice out there, we'll get started in 5 minutes. We have snacks. Snacks have arrived. So if you need that, they are there in the corner by the coffee. So I see a fruit tray, and I think there's a few other snacks. You're welcome to help yourself to that. And for the next panel, we are a little bit behind, but we're going to make sure that we still have lots of time for questions. So we may go a little bit into lunchtime. But yeah, for all of those, if you hear me out there in the ASEG, in the other room, 5 more minutes, we'll get started. So, but yeah, we have snacks, all of that stuff.
Yes, but you need them on the screen, yes? Yes. So that I think is going to interfere. Just so just like the way this is kind of routed. Your like whatever computer you're using for the screens is like your connection's there. And then it's being routed back to me so that I can use it for the stream. Yeah, not yeah. I'll make this work. Okay, sorry.
So is everything on my screen being routed?
That screen there, yes, is
So if I access my email, I'm not going to get the presentations.
so that I mean yeah, it's so that's what we have. I can try to. So I mean like it's not being shown right now. Like, I have the choice. Okay. That's not yet. So yeah, it's not always too far.
Okay, so it's not hard to know all of you, but I can find you on the presentation.
I can go back and forth. That's not too hard.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just.
No, this is the second time I've been able to hear your singing voice.
Oh, thank you.
I think I was at Neptune performance. I heard your.
Oh no way. Yeah. So you're doing sound there?
So we did the recording. Me and my
yeah,
partner
with,
did the recording for Pensionnat there.
Yeah, with
Sarah.
yeah,
That was it. I mean, yeah, you are.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
just
I feel very.
that's what we
I actually,
do.
I've gone back and watched that footage a couple times just to listen to your voice.
Oh no,
Honestly,
no,
it's,
thank you.
Yeah, incredibly powerful.
Thank you. No, that was a fun one for sure.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
That's quite very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, race I brought you.
Yeah, yes, that's right, yeah. We just got to do another recording with there's the Arrival's Legacy group that was in recently doing a workshop performance. I got to do some filming with them. They were very interesting.
Love that Star Wars song.
Oh, thank you.
Pick the Star Wars. They love Star Wars.
I'm not usually a hat guy, but this one was called to me.
It was Star Wars Day. Okay. Hi everyone. Looks like we're making our way in, so we're going to move on to our next panel. So, going to give everyone a minute to get settled again. Okay. Make sure to. Do you know who didn't get one yet? Alan's over there. Shirley? Shirley was outside for. Okay. She's coming back in. Okay. We are going to begin some housekeeping stuff. This cane was left in one of the washrooms. She was fast. She was, yeah.
I didn't need it.
We found it. So, moving on, I'm going to make sure that we get started here because, again, we want to make sure that there's lots of time for questions and comments. So I'm going to get started with these panel members. So this next panel is updates on the search for residential schools missing children. And so I would like to introduce each of our speakers. Our first speaker you met earlier this morning, Stephanie Scott. So we're doing panel?
Yeah, we're doing the panel, but Allison is going to go first.
Yeah, okay. So I'll introduce all of these folks. So our first individual, Stephanie Scott, who you met this morning, is the Executive Director for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. We also have Alison Bealey, who works as an analyst for Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada and collaborates with the National Advisory Committee. And we have Cheryl Jihu, who is a counselor for Shubenacadie First Nation and an Indigenous Community Engagement Advisor for the Office of Diversity and Inclusion with the Halifax Regional Municipality. So I would like to welcome all of them up to the stage, and we will begin with Allison, and then I believe Stephanie, and then we will go to Cheryl. So welcome to all of these panel members for the presentation. And again, this will be an opportunity to ask questions and what have you. So again, this is update on the search for residential schools missing children.
You want me to go first? Kwe, Good morning, everyone. As said earlier, my name is Cheryl Capage-Giu, and I'm a counselor for Shubenacadie First Nation. I hold the portfolio for health and culture in my community. So I'm just going to give a little update on where the Shubenacadie Residential School is, and then we'll turn it over to the other speakers. So for those who don't know, Shubenacadie Indian Residential School was the only residential school that we had here in the Maritime area. The school ran from 1929 to 1967, and it burned down in 1986, and now there on that site is a couple of homes and a plastic factory that is there. So on June 2020, after the Kamloops findings in May, our community started working with Roger Lewis, who is a captain for our Mi'kmaq Grand Council, but also a curator with the Nova Scotia Museum, to start searching the sites, because our residential school survivors have been saying for years that there are missing Mi'kmaq children, Indigenous children around the area. And Alan touched on a lot of the areas the difficulties that we're facing with doing the searches, such as the incinerator, being close to the river system, the pond area, local farms. And so there was a lot of work that we had to piece together. We had over roughly 57 hectares of land that we needed to search. We really didn't realize the magnitude of the project that we were taking on, both physically and emotionally, that it would have on the team and community and everybody as we started the work. And there was a lot of areas in the search area that had a lot of brush and debris and stuff that we had to get cleared out beforehand. And also our area, there was a number of, we had to look at, as these individuals will speak to and we spoke to earlier, we didn't just, we took the spoken word, but we also had to look at a lot of our historical documents for the area. We had to go through archival search. We had to look at old property lines to figure out what was there on the site before the residential school. We had to look, we found some historical maps which showed a number of houses that were long gone, sheds, barns prior to the schools there. We looked at aerial photographs, we listened to stories. We studied our archaeological evidence and found documents even dating as far back as the 1800s that talked about Irish settlers having burials in that area. So there was one site that was found, but the team were able to get it back to one of these historical sites, because it was found right at the end of the residential school driveway, and it would have been a very public spot to have a burial ground. So they believe it was the burial site for James and Sarah Ellis through their research and historical evidence. These two graves that were found there were 1.9 meters long, and they were 70 centimeters below the surface, and we discovered those through our GPR radar system. And we also used a system, for those who don't know, GPR is the ground penetrating radar. It kind of looks like the lawnmower that they took over all of the area. So they did about 75 kilometers of search with the GPR, and they also did searches using what's called LiDAR, which are photographs taken using an aerial mount on aircrafts. So our team literally also walked around doing electromagnetic induction surveys. And these were used to find areas like buried ditches, field boundaries, pipes, remaining buildings. And unfortunately, we did not discover any sites, or positively, I don't know what word to say, but we did not discover any of the sites at the school. And as Alan and other survivors have told us, it's not because there haven't been children that gone missing. We have 16 cited stories about Indigenous children going missing at the Shubenacadie Residential School. But our survivors have told us, even as far as last week, I heard another story from a survivor from Membertou who told me that there were a couple that used to be working in the kitchen. They were Indigenous, and they would sneak cookies to the kids that were there. And she goes, one time they were sneaking her a cookie, and then none started coming. So they told her, hurry up, you got to go hide. So she ended up getting stuck down in the boiler room. And she says, I don't care what anybody says. I know what I saw. I saw little graves there by the incinerator. So we believe what our survivors are saying, and we're going to continue to keep searching and listen and hearing from the stories. I said, but there is a lot of work that needs to go on because there is a huge plastic factory that still sits there where it is. We also know that we haven't searched the pond area, which is one of the areas that our survivors have told us that we need to continue to look at. And as Alan said, the Shubenacadie Residential School is right on the river system, which has the highest tides, the Fundy Bay tides, that come in out of there. So anything that's thrown into that river system gets moved very quickly. And also, we heard the stories about the incinerator, so we want to make sure that we figure out a way to make sure that these people are remembered and these stories are told. Our team was led by, as I said earlier, Roger Lewis, who's a Mi'kmaq captain. He's from Shubenacadie First Nation. He's an archaeologist. He's a curator. And he led the team with Jonathan Fowler from St. Mary's University. So that's the update I have for it now, but I always wanted to say that we are here to hear more stories, and if you have more stories, as Chief Mike, Chief Glasgow continue to say, please tell us, because we need this evidence to align with the archaeological evidence that we have, the historical evidence, the information that we have, to continue fostering these searches and to give stories to these people that have been gone missing. Like, I went through the things, we have 17 people on our list: Albert Pictou, Brian Simon, Clara Sillaboy, Colin Bernard, Doris Alqueen, Ella Cooper, Irene Mitchell, James Paul, Josephine Smith, Joyce Dolores McDonald, Mary Agnes Ward, Mary Jihu, Mary Guinness, Mary Madeline Bernard, Mary Tony Maurice Young, and Nancy Lampkin, whose stories haven't been finished. Like, they are still not answered for, and these families still need closure. So we need to continue doing the work here. That is my update. I know Roger's going to be here, I think, later this afternoon. And there are a number of sites that I could share where we've actually made videos about the research work that was done to give more information about how the GPR systems work. And I just want to thank, like, the elders and those that came up to the site when we were doing the search, because it was very emotional. They helped smudge the grounds. We did ceremony up there before we started the search. As I said in the opening, we are reclaiming this space. Every year on National Truth and Reconciliation Day, we now put a heart on the hill right where the front of the school used to be, and that symbolizes all of the missing and murdered children and the survivors from our residential school, and giving them voice. We're now bringing back dance and culture and language and music that was forbidden to be there. On the river system, where our children were thrown into the river system, we are now doing river teachings and bringing back ceremony. And as Alan said, you can't even fish in that area anymore. Our locals have respected us to say that is a traditional space for us now, and it is now have National Historical Site designation. So we will be building on and continuing to tell the story there in our community. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my other co-speakers to share the time.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very meaningful. And I'm Alison Bealey. I live in Vancouver in the traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I work as an analyst with CERNAC, specifically with the Residential School Missing Children Community Support Fund. I do have a presentation. I can't see it, so there's only a few slides. I don't want to take much time because I think this is space for the survivors and the experts in this regionally specific information, but I wanted to give you just a little bit of information about our program. The residential school program started, the Residential School Missing Children Community Support Fund began in June 2021, and that was pretty quickly after Kamloops made their announcements about the findings at the Kamloops Residential School. Our program is designed, I have to put my readers back on. Our program is designed to be community-led, survivor-centric, and culturally appropriate, to lead initiatives seeking to locate, document, and memorialize burial sites associated with former Indian residential schools, and to honor families' wishes to bring children's remains home. Our program helps fund, it can be open to any Indigenous communities or organizations. Our funding is not limited to groups that are leading work at a former residential school site. There's work going on that addresses Shubenacadie, for example, but we can provide funding to other communities who may want to do something in their own space I'm going to talk about that. I'm not sure about your slides, Craig, if you have the one that says types of initiatives and funding streams. It's okay if you don't. The funding streams I'm going to talk about, just that piece. So there's 3 funding streams that any community can come to us to have funding for. This is really important work, and we acknowledge that there's lots of pieces, and everybody needs to do what's right in their own community. So some of the things that come under the funding stream number 1, that could be community engagement with your survivors and elders and family members. You might want to undertake specific interviews with survivors and families just in your own communities. You may want to take archival research projects. You may want to form an advisory committee. And then there's all sorts of cultural support that could be required by your community to do that work. And this doesn't mean you're operating necessarily separate from the schools that people attended, but we know children, maybe it's not so much applicable in this region, but across Canada, children went from any community, they may have gone to many different residential schools, and any residential school may have had children from many, many different communities. So it's not just the school projects that are important, it's how the community can deal with healing and moving forward, and we want to make sure that that's funded properly. The second category that communities might be interested in is commemoration and memorialization. That could be something just for your community. It could be a commemorative event. It could be some sort of healing ceremony. It could be a memorial structure. It could be a cairn. You could build a memorial garden. You might want to have a ceremony where you bring people in. You may want to do a photo display, create a book, documentary film, anything that the community feels would be a commemorative event or commemorative project in their community to support their missing children work. The third stream goes back to the ones that are whoever's leading the work in the field. So our stream 3 work is for things like GPR, site security, on-site visits, archaeologists, other technical experts, and we have many in the room here. So that type of work, there'll be some lead that takes on that responsibility at a former residential school site. So just to reiterate, the federal government is not making decisions on who does what work. We're not making decisions on who you work with or what you do, but we want to support you. We have a team of program officers. You can reach me. I have a program sheet that I've left at the back. It's 2 pages. It talks about our program. We're very open. You can reach me or my colleague Christy, who's here as well. And we are happy to take questions about that or connect with you later today or set up an appointment to connect with you later. So I want to pass it on so I don't use your time, but I just want you to know that there are ways we can help support the funding of these projects. I'll just flip maybe Craig to that last slide. It says funding update. This talks about funding initiatives that are already in place in Canada. It shows the Atlantic region on that top line, and there's 6 schools that are eligible. There's the one in Shubenacadie, but there's also 5 schools that are part of the Anderson settlement, so that might not be applicable to this direct region, but you would know about that. We have 2 funding agreements in this region, which isn't that much. We are open to speaking to other groups and working with you to set up some funding. Just as to finalize, as of September 27th, we have a total of 117 funding agreements in place across the country. That totals $160.5 million towards different initiatives, and we are here to talk if anybody wants to see how they can work with us as well. Thank you. I'm going to pass it on.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Hello. Good morning. I just wanted to quickly reintroduce myself again for those that weren't in the room earlier. My name is Stephanie Scott, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. Prior to working with the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, I was the manager of statement gathering at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and I've been all over this country working with survivors and listening to elders and knowledge keepers about their history, lives lived, where they've come from, what they've done, their power, strength, and courage. And I always say and acknowledge them in everything that we do. And it's great to see Vanessa and Lottie May as well, which we worked very closely with, and they supported us often. So miigwech for that. I'm just going to share a little bit more about the NCTR and how we intersect with the National Advisory Committee. So the NCTR was born from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We are hosted by the University of Manitoba, and from the beginning it was always expected and understood that the NCTR would carry out in its work in a collaborative way, in partnership, and with a wide range of Indigenous peoples, organizations, public institutions, Canadians at large, and individual researchers and educators. Our mandate is to be a responsible steward for the experiences, photos, memories entrusted to the center by the survivors of residential schools, to honor their truths and ensure that they can never again be forgotten or ignored, to continue the research that was done by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and in this way contribute to the continuing healing of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation and the country as a whole. And also to build a foundation for reconciliation by promoting public education and understanding of the residential schools and how they are part of the larger history and violent assaults on the distinct cultures, identities of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation. There are 4 pillars to our work. Archives. The NCTR currently holds 4 million records related to residential schools. I had mentioned earlier we're working on acquiring another 23 million records. The work of the cataloging these records and reviewing them for future disclosures of researchers, survivors, families, and communities is monumental and ongoing, and you'll hear from Jesse later in regard to updates on that work as well. The NCTR works closely with educators from a variety of sectors, including the kindergarten to grade 12, school system, post-secondary institutions, public service, and professional sectors. We hold programs like Imagine Canada, provide materials, resources, opportunities for Canadians of any age to learn and participate in reconciliation. And just last September 30th, we were in Ottawa in Algonquin territory on Parliament Hill. We held the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation commemoration and memorialization for survivors and their families. And when we started that work, we started with 1 broadcaster in 2019, then it went to 3, then 15, and last year we had 18 broadcasters nationally share that information and work. So we were reaching about 12 million people, specifically during that week, and I just wanted everybody to know that the truth is ongoing and there is an interest and Canadians are listening. Research. The NCTR archives are a critical resource for academic and community-based research. The NCTR also promotes best practices in research based on Indigenous and Western research, ethics, and standards. Moving ahead, we are devoting greater attention to developing our own research priorities and capacity. Jesse will also share some further information in regard to the work specifically surrounding missing children and unmarked burials and where we're at to date. There's been an awful lot of commitment and work done not only with survivors but their families and communities. And outreach. The NCTR works in partnership with survivors, Indigenous governments, public institutions, civil society to promote research and education. The NCTR's governance structure, we ensure Indigenous people are in control over all the materials. We provide guidance on policies, activities, ceremonies, and protocols. We provide guidance on ways to increase the center's records, materials, resources, and how we work with partners. And we also provide support with communities, families, and survivors on how they access the center's records, materials, and resources. And in addition to the governing circle, we are guided by a national group of survivors and intergenerational survivors, and we have members from coast to coast to coast from many different nations, First Nations, Métis and Inuit. And the NCTR has formalized the role of elders and traditional knowledge keepers in the operations of the center. We currently employ 3 full-time elder advisors. Also, Honorable Marie Sinclair is available to us as well, and he guides us in that work. So we're always grateful and thankful for that. Well, in regard to the NCTR, in the first 5 years of the NCTR's existence, we learned a lot about what this mandate really entails. It's very large, it's very difficult and challenging and rewarding and honorable work. We have grown as an organization in size and scope. Pre-COVID, we had 19 staff. When we came back, we were at 56, and we will staff up to over 70 in the coming years. So we've had support from organizations as well as the federal government in that work, and it's an absolute must, because when Kamloops happened, all of a sudden Canadians in the world were looking at us in regard to what can we do, how can we move forward, how can we support them. So we were inundated with requests, and it was very, very difficult to keep up with everything and all the activity that was happening. In the university's policy, the NCTR's policy responds to that evolution as well. We support the NCTR from the University of Manitoba in being responsive and accountable to Indigenous peoples whose rights it promotes, and to the residential school survivors whose truth it preserves. And with that work, the development is the National Advisory Committee and Circle of Survivors that work very, very closely with us. The spirits, which I strongly believe, have told us it was time to bring them home. And now there was a new urgency to listening to their spirits and responding in a good way. We have an incredible team here today, and I hope I could ask the members to stand of the National Advisory Committee and Circle of Survivors so that you could see them and acknowledge them and talk with them throughout the day. There's a lot of expertise and wonderful spirit and work that they do for you. I could not do this work at all without them, our governance and survivors, that they work and support not only the NCTR team, but me as well. They also have a report that's available at the back of the room, so please grab a copy and review it. And if you have any questions, they are also here to support and hear from you. So I just wanted to leave you quickly with a quote, and this is from Eugene Arcand, who's a residential school survivor and has worked, I've known him for 13 years, and he's worked during the TRC as a Survivors Committee member and is currently a Survivors Circle member and has led our governance over the years. We must truly and fully adopt survivor-centered approaches in any and all forms of redress aimed at correcting past wrongs. This approach applies equally to all forms of abuse or historical wrongdoing, be it related to residential schools, day schools, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, or any form of personal or collective abuse. And that's how we work and live every day. So I'm here to answer any questions as well, and we have members of our team from the NCTR who are here for you. So thank you for listening to me.
Hello. Oh, now you can hear the moisture in my mouth. So I can use that joke all day. So just a reminder, so who we have here on our panel, we have Allison, who's with INAC. We have Cheryl, who's with Shubenacadie First Nation and worked with ground penetrating radar and the committees and that search that's been going on. That's Shubenacadie Indian Residential School. And then we also have Stephanie with us, with the executive director for the NCTR, National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. So how we're going to do this, I know we have lunch coming in a bit, but we're about 15 minutes behind, but I want to make sure there's time for questions. We'll go a little bit into lunch, so I'm just going to open it to the floor. We have 2 mics here, but also if you want me to come to you, just raise your hand and I will come to you, and we'll go to questions here in person. So we have one, Dorothy, in the back. And once we have a few questions on the floor, I'll also go to online. We have a few folks online and see if there's any questions there. So we'll go to Dorothy. No, you don't. Yeah, so if you want to stay here. So Dorothy would like to share.
I'll just stand up. Smile. I want to share this story I have written for all the survivors and non-survivors in memory and recognition of the late Nora Bernard. I am proud to be one of many people who knew the late Nora Bernard as a friend. She was well respected and loved by everyone that knew her. Other than survivors of Shubenacadie Residential School for over a decade while she sought justice for the federal government and Catholic Church. Nora passed away shortly after she was able to see the successful conclusion of her decade-long battle. She was awarded the Order of Nova Scotia in 2008. She felt that the Indian residential system was wrong and every child that was forced to attend the residential school was entitled to the compensation for their experiences. Nora was an incredible woman. She was a well-known, kind, and gentle person, had a giving heart and a great deal of inner strength. That's all I wanted to say.
Well on, Dorothy. And yeah, Nora, I put out yesterday's. I never got to meet Nora, but she was one of my heroes. That's for sure. So Alan's got a question.
Actually, it's more a statement and a warning. Lately, because of the news up there and all the Holocaust that's going on right now in the East, my wife converted from Judaism to Catholicism, but her family's very close. And they reminded me very strongly of the Holocaust that they endured and the Holocaust that we have endured. And in spite of all that overwhelming evidence, overwhelming truth, there are so many out there who are deniers of all this. We speak the truth. The truth often hurts, but the truth is out there. Don't let those deniers wear you down. And the more you hear of it, the more you hear of these people denying that our children are missing, holler at them. Holler at the news. Don't swear at them. Hit them right hard. With audio.
That sounds better than swearing at them. So, any other questions or comments or thoughts? Vanessa.
First and foremost, I want to raise my hands to you, Stephanie, for all the work that you've done over the long, long journey that you've been on and that you're still going. And I just really want to acknowledge all of that work. Cheryl, I do have a question for you about communications. I know that when the searches were happening, chiefs were hearing about it in the news, and there were some complaints at the chiefs' meetings. So I'm just wondering, is there a commitment by Shubenacadie leadership to get this information back to survivors, but also back to leadership as well?
Absolutely. That was definitely one of our we didn't have a great communications plan or a communications person or somebody to coordinate the engagement at that time. So recently we now have a full-time communications person who's working with our team, and our chief is very active in going out to these chiefs meetings and participating and making sure that if she can't attend, that there's another delegate from council to make sure that we're sharing this information. We know that there needs to be continued engagement with our communities and our survivors, and rebuild these relationships that unfortunately there was a little bit of a breakage before with our past leadership. So it's now rebuilding these relationships to make sure that everybody has the information that we need and that we all work collectively together. So we definitely have a commitment to that as we move forward. And as you can even see this year, we've included Tim Bernard in our events, and we're working more collaborative with their survivors group that we have here. So, and we're also doing more outreach, not only to share the messages about what happened with our survivors, but also doing outreach with our local municipalities and communities, because it's jointly these work that are going to happen together as we move forward. So on September 29th, I did blanket exercise with East Hants Municipality and MLAs. It was the first time ever that these local officials ever came to our National Truth and Reconciliation events. And they sent me a lovely email saying that because of how welcoming the community is, they have fundamentally changed, that they're now committed to working more and helping our communities to address these issues and move things forward here in the community. So there's a lot more openness, not only to share information with our communities and survivors, but also to create greater awareness with the whole community, because everybody needs to know this truth. We all have lived this. We are all treaty people, and we all have a right and duty to make this better.
Thank you. So before I check online, I'm going to see, but we're going to go back and forth. Have a question? Yeah, I'll go in the back. And I'm sorry, don't know everyone's name, but Bill Smith.
If I can, we're talking about the children, missing children. And there were many schools across this land. I'm from one from the West Coast, Christie Indian Residential School. And I wrote something a few years ago, and I thought it would be fitting today to share it. So with your kind permission. So I visited a memorial to the children found. This is in reference to when they found Kamloops. I saw the beauty of a living memorial to them, plants that will be there for a long time. I saw the sorrow that brought the memorial to life. 215 children who now walk the spirit world, finally meeting the parents and siblings who now walk with them. I survived this place. My heart is sore. I survived this place. Hear my heart beat as I pray for those children and walk this earth. Open the hearts of the people of this land that they may know what happened. Mother Earth, cradle them in your arms that the nations they are from can reclaim their lost children. Father Sky, bring them safely to the spirit world that they are remembered for all time. My tears will water the plants with love, honor, and respect.
Thank you.
Bill. So we have another question here, and then we're going to take this question, and I'm going to check how we check online for questions. So tell everyone your name.
Hello, I'm Andrew Lafford of Eskisoni. My concern or question is the missing children. Like my brothers were in residential school from 61 to 65, which I was there till 64. And one of the things that happened while I went out at 64, but between 64 and 66, concerned about the young boy. I think his name was Brian Francis from Big Cove, and he was one of the most active kids on the residential school, and he was well liked by everybody. He was a very natural kid. He was very normal and a very happy kid. But what I find out from my brothers back then, they said that there was nothing wrong with the young boy. One day, they told him he was sick. He had appendicitis, and the next thing they heard same day that he died. And you know, this active child is, when you look at appendicitis, you're not going to die from that, or even from the healthy kids, you know. And they were notified that he died. But years later, I met a family from the Big Cove. And my brother and I went up there to meet the family, and they were glad to see us because we know their brother that was missing. And what happened was they never, if he died, they never returned the body to their reserve. They never had a funeral or wakes or anything like that. And nobody knew where did he go. Mm-hmm. You know, and all these meetings I've been there, but I never heard of any of his name or any incident that happened between 64 and 65 that a child was missing from the residential school in our time. So I always wonder, the committee didn't know anything about the Brian. I believe his name is Brian, but I'm not sure. But I know his last name is Francis. But it'll be easy to track his family down and get the true story from the family, what they know on their side. And the residential school survivors from 64 to 65, the ones that know this young man, they would, you know, the research should be easy for them to know who he is. And family from the Big Cove will tell you more about their sibling. So that's what my concern is that you know, if anybody know, and what's got to be done from there.
Thanks. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it, but thank you for sharing that story. And I've been marking down the dates and stuff to make sure that's included in information that we're giving our team as we continue on with the next journey in it. And I'm sure there are so many stories like that from all of our survivors. So we always open it and welcome it, that if there is stories like this that can help us finesse how we move on to the next journey, it's truly appreciated if you can share them. So we'll allow you. Thanks.
And so I heard there's no questions online yet, so I'm going to stay here. And I'll say, and Stephanie wants to comment on that.
Hi, I just wanted to quickly comment that the NCTR is actively involved in missing children research, and you're going to hear Jesse is sitting right there, actually, and he will explain the process. And we do have a dedicated unit now with funding from the federal government in order for community engagement to also piece together the narratives of the families, survivors, and the history with the records. So that work is ongoing, and I'm sure Jesse would be delighted to have a quick conversation with you during break.
And
Thank you.
I think to that too, one in the back. And but if you remember names or even just pieces of the puzzle, you know, that's why the team's here. Is, you know, if you don't have the full picture, but you have part of the puzzle, and you want to share that part of the puzzle, you know, that's what that archival research is all about. And sometimes it's like finding a needle in a haystack. It can be hard, and as a researcher myself, I've come across, you know, not records, but published things about the Shubenacadie residential school that I didn't even know exist, and there's published names, and there's things that you find, and but yeah, if you have those pieces of the puzzle, you know, that information's needed as part of that research, so that the team can at least have some leads and know where to go. So I'm going to go in the back there with a question.
Hi, I have a question. I work with the elders in our community. I do their taxes, I do the government, everything. I have few elders asking, and which I don't know, and I would like to find out. Would they be getting another certain kind of money's coming to them or anything? Because they're asking if they're getting any funding where they're not. Yes, they got one funding before when this started, and they're asking if they're going to get any more funding in the near future. They say that it's not important, like what they went through, but here we are having committees and doing other stuff, but a lot of our elders are not can't come to these events, or they don't have stuff going on in their communities, and we would like to have the stuff in the communities. So is there going to be any more funding for our survivors plus our communities more? How do we go about it?
Hi. Is that working? Yeah. Good. I'm not sure I can answer all of your question, but the part that you were asking about community members having events like this or doing things to support the survivors in your communities or in their communities, that is part of how our program works, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with you after and give you some more information. It's not, I think maybe you're referring to the IEP process that's done, and I'm not involved with that, so I can't speak to any payments out like individuals, but we do, the program I'm involved with, definitely if there's a healing ceremony or something you'd like to do in those communities, or having an elders group, something like that, then I can connect you with one of our program officers to set up a discussion time and move forward. But talk to me after this today. I'm happy to help.
And I think fairly connected with the community, you see a lot, and I think that comment is along the lines of even today's event, not covered for all survivors, and you have to go through non-insured health benefits. And I work in healthcare, and non-insured health benefits is quite traumatizing. Non-insured health benefits will tell you that, you know, this is covered, but there's a lot of red tape. There's someone behind a keyboard. And even when it comes to coverage of drugs, I know in healthcare, you know, like they'll tell you this is on open use benefit, and all you need is a signature from a doctor. And someone in Ottawa says no. Even though it's, and non-insured health benefits doesn't publish any data. We don't know how many applicants go to non-insured health benefits and get denied. We know it's a lot. And so, you know, the idea of like having our community members then having to go through that bureaucratic system that's already so traumatizing, I think that's what the comment is along those lines. It's not these healing gatherings. Those are important too, but you know, there's so many survivors that couldn't make it today because they don't have the funding to go. And I think to that point, you know, I'm always an advocate to say anyone in the public sector who comes to these events has all the travel paid for. And yeah, they don't get funding, they don't get travel. They have to do it on their own. They can't navigate it. It's quite difficult. And Vanessa, she's the director for APC, and they have a NIHB navigator as well. So Vanessa had a comment.
Yeah, so there is an NHB navigator. Her name's Lindsay Batt, but that wasn't what I was going to comment on. So one of the things that I think people should be aware of, I'm hoping people applied, was the Justice for Indian Day Scholars. It was anybody who went to residential school during the day. That deadline passed October 3rd, but there is an extension on it, so I think it's for a couple months. It's a straight payment of $10,000. When I spoke to the lawyers, all they said was when they do the verifications, they just look and see what years you got for CEP and what years you were compensated through Deloitte for Indian Day school, because you can't get the same year. But it's $10,000. It's Justice for Indian Day scholars. I know in our region, Sébéganagé, or the Shubenacadie school was a little different because Shubenacadie was a centralization community. So it was a lot of people moved there and then dispersed out. Also, it was a residential school there and people had to travel, and sometimes there's a lot of reasons. So some people were going up to the day school in Sébéganagé and taking courses down at the residential school, and the same teachers and were going in between the two schools. Also, when they were transitioning people from the school that burnt down on the community, they would go down to the residential school for a gap year. And then also, they would be down there for a variety of reasons because of the fact that they would have to wait there for a couple hours if they were going to Hants East or any of those reasons. So there's lots of reasons why. And so from what I've heard from people who have applied, that they did get this funding as well. So it's $10,000. It's Justice for Indian Day scholars. So if there's a year that you didn't get a CEP or for a variety of reasons, I would look into it. There is an extension process. I'm not quite sure exactly what you have to say to be eligible for that extension process, but I do want people to know about that $10,000 because I think it's important that our survivors are eligible for any funding that they receive. I don't know about any religious, any funding from the Catholic Church. Lottie and I had a little conversation about that. I haven't heard anything from that, and it's been a little bit of a hard road with the Catholic Church because sometimes the Catholic Church, they'd give out candies and say it was compensation, and they'd add it to their, like, what they owed and all of this stuff. They've been a little bit tricky, but
Is that on different funding off of where they got that 10 grand for, like, the Indian Day school? Are they on, is there another, like they're saying that?
it's a totally separate settlement agreement. So there's the URSA, the McLean Day School, and then there's the Justice for Indian Day Scholars. I know it's a weird term to use. It just means anybody who went to the residential school during the day, and they wouldn't have gotten the CEP or the Indian Day School money for that school year, and they count the school year from September to September. So any years outside of that, if you were down at the residential school, I would definitely check into that.
Any more questions? We had one comment. Oh,
Go ahead. No.
From the chat from Doreen, wanted to say that the IRS commemoration project also has input from survivors on the research that is ongoing, and she mentioned that they have given that to Sébéganagé Band Council and will be meeting with them on this, so the stories that were shared. And so we were fortunate. Their statements to the statement takers, I didn't get the full chat, but we are fortunate to be about to get support from FNIB for this event, first one that I know of. So okay. She just comments, so you know that she wanted to share that anything that's been shared to the commemoration project is being shared actively in terms of research. So I'll go to Stephanie.
I also just wanted to quickly mention the NCTR also has a fund available, Namaquainamac, and that supports survivors in regard to ceremony, feast, commemoration, memorialization. So we do have a fund available. Carmen is here, and we can actually get you the contact. Her name is Jennifer Wood, and it's a small pot of money. It's not forever, but we do work very closely with communities, and the process isn't heavy. And Terry is also here, who is part of the advisory committee for that. So you are welcome to apply, and we don't make the process very, very bureaucratic because we understand the need. So thank you.
Great. I know we're getting into lunch. They haven't set up yet, so I'm hoping if somebody hears me, a worker, start setting up for lunch.
Bring the food,
Hello, give us a dinner. We're hungry. Let that be known. Put it out into the ether. So, but in the meantime, hopefully as they're setting up, and we'll get one of our team to go check on that, we'll continue the discussion. So if there's any questions or thoughts, comments, we have one in the back. And if you could say your name.
I'm Vaughn Nicholas from Tobic First Nation, New Brunswick. I just want to comment on the 215 that were found a couple of years ago. Those 215, to me, are heroes for survivors. Had it not been for them, the government and the churches would have gotten away with the Indian residential schools. 30, 40, 50 years, all the survivors would have been gone. And it would only be just a memory. But now that the 215 were found, the whole world got to know what really went on. And I've talked to schools, universities, and there was more, people cared more after the 215 were found, eh? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And now, a lot of people are saying, well, geez, I didn't know about that, eh? And I tell my story every year for, 3, 4 different places, stuff like that, eh? And if once they hear the truth, and we all tell the truth here, we're survivors. There's no reason why we're telling this stuff here, to Canada. And the church, but the general public really are, to this day, somebody said earlier today that a lot of people still don't know stuff like that, eh? But now they can't get away with it because it's 215. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron, I just wanted to add in one last thing. As Aaron mentioned earlier, I'm also, I worked previously with the Halifax Regional Municipality as their Indigenous community lead. One of the legacies that I'm leaving behind, which I'm very proud of, is that the work that started by our elders, our survivors, and people like Danny Paul, who really championed this work in HRM, was we removed the statue of Cornwallis, who was known for scalping Indigenous people. And the street that was named after him is now going to be called Nora Bernard Street. Oh. She's a true hero.
And that renaming event's going to happen pretty soon. What's the date on that?
I think it's October 30th.
October 30th?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll make sure that that's shared. And yep. October 30th, I'll get more info for the afternoon, so I can give that to you all. Yep. We have a question in the back, or comment.
Hello, I'm Debbie Paul from Indianbrook. Was born in Eskasoni. My question is, will the church revise their 10 commandments? Because those religious people killed, abused, stole. So there's no more 10 commandments I would like them to reduce the commandments. Do not kill. Yeah, they scalped us, and you know, the government put out our ancestors' name, and the white government, they didn't. It was murder, but if you murdered an Indian, it was okay. You murdered, if the priests and nuns and that murdered, it was okay for them to do. So all I want to do is to reduce the 10 Commandments, to make it more correct, I guess is the best way to put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. That's a bigger
I love you, Debbie.
We just got them to apologize.
Any other comments, thoughts? I know, I'll say it again. Go Sultino. Come on.
He's hungry.
So, we have a comment over there. Oh. Oh, maybe we're next door. I'll find out. Celeste came out. So, how are we doing for food? 20 minutes. Oh, so we're behind. So 20 minutes for food. So we apologize. Patsy has a thought, a comment.
Patsy Paul Martin, elder in training. I just want to make a plea to each and every one of you. I have nothing but admiration, love, and respect for each and every one of you because you are survivors, you are resilient, you are strong, you are our heroes. One of the things that you need to do, and I know it's going to be very difficult, but to tell your story. We need to have our stories told and published for our children and our grandchildren so that they know that this is not a fairy tale. They need to know that these things that happened, they need to know the stories. And I think it's important that should be something along the line of where you can get help as a survivor to tell your story and have it recorded and have it published. Because we need that into the school systems. We need to teach and leave this legacy. Everybody here has a wonderful story to tell, no matter how painful it is. But we need to you need to leave a footprint that this happened. And I wish you nothing but the best. And I hope you take that into consideration. Walaliyo.
Hello, it's Debbie again. What I did on the 10 Commandments when the 215 were found, and I said, oh my, now I know what I survived. But, so when those 215 babies were found, and there's probably plus more out there, I wrote to our Mi'kmaq Maliseet newspaper, I wrote to the Halifax Chronicle newspaper to have them reduce the 10 Commandments. I did that part. Of course, I never got published on it, but you know, somebody needs to take up the cost. Some organization needs to take up the cost. It may be against religion and all that other crap, but you know what? Our Aboriginal, that's good enough. Their religion is good enough for me.
Oh, and so we'll go to Stephanie, and maybe a collective question as well. What work has been done around accountability with the church, and I suppose, and any other thing you guys wanted to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that earlier there was a statement made about the 215 when they were found, and ever since then, in the last couple of years, the NCTR has had many, many conversations. It has really changed the way that we do our work and how we do our work and the support, and I agree they absolutely are the heroes, and we know that there are many, many more to come. I just wanted to quickly, they were noting about survivor statements and sharing. Gloria is actually in the room now. So Gloria Whitford, do you mind standing up just so if somebody wishes to share their statement with you? There she is. Thank you.
So we have a question from Mary.
She Mary, and not close enough. My name is Mary, Mary Hatfield from Pictou Landing. I've been working with the survivors since 2010, and I've had this question thrown at me a few times by the survivors. Will the names of the people that ran the residential schools ever be released? So,
Jesse, do you want to speak to that?
So I can bring the mic up, or you got it there? You're good. So the question was, will the names of those who ran the schools, will they ever be released? And what does that look like?
Yeah, so we're actively working with a number of the different church groups that did run the schools, and specifically with the Oblates or the OMI Lacombe, who ran a lot of schools across the country. So we are working to get copies of personnel files, and once that process has been complete, then we'll be working to make those names available as well, because we do understand that there is an imbalance right now. There's a lot of names of students out there, but not a lot of names of employees. So we do need to work on getting a better balance there.
Okay. We have a question from Bill. Sounds like they heard me. Go Sultino, I'll say one more time. But Bill has one more comment, and then I guess from that point we'll let everyone get lunch. I know it's late into lunchtime, so we'll leave. Will be our last comment, but no, we're here all day to share. So
it wasn't so much of a question, but just to add a little personalization to the 215 that were found in Kamloops. Some of those that were found, they were my cousins, because my family went to that school, St. Mary's, Kamloops. So just to add a bit of a personalization, they were family. Can we forget them? No. Never. No. Can we walk away? No. Exactly. Yes, I know for some of us, the story is hard to tell. If you can tell it one-on-one with somebody, tell them. So this never happens again. If you know the names of those who did, make sure it's out there, so we never, ever forget again.
Lovely. So with that, I think our speakers are here with us all day. So if you have more questions or something comes to you after lunch, we're going to go to lunch now. Lunch we'll have a whole hour, and so we'll reconvene at 1:30. So for those of you online, we're about a half hour behind, but we will reconvene at 1:30, and then we'll have a presentation from a group of fine folks to talk about archival research and how that's going. So yeah, lunchtime, we're going to take a break for lunch, 1 hour, and we'll be back at 1:30. So, Waladio. transportation reimbursement from non-insured health benefits. We have some updated information for you. Since non-insured health benefits could not be here today, we need to gather your names for them in one place. Please find one of the health workers or health support workers before 2 p.m. if possible to record your name. They will be here all day, but they will need to get your name, and so our mental health support workers that we have here today with us will help you in signing that form for non-insured health benefits. So we'll see you all in 10 more minutes.
First Nations values, customs, beliefs, traditions, history, and
All right. We are now going to get started with our afternoon panel. A reminder, that announcement that was just made, if you are getting reimbursement through NIHB, if you didn't sign your name yet, be sure to sign your name. We want to make sure that you get that done. That's being done through our mental health and support workers. One thing, I thought it was only the team from Eskazoni that was here. We have a team also from Confederacy Mainland Mi'kmaq, so my apologies. Their positions, and I work in healthcare, is resolution help support workers and cultural support workers. So we have these positions through many of our communities, and they provide a lot of that support to a lot of our community members, both cultural and mental health supports. And so another thank you to them. Those are the individuals who will be helping, and so from Eskazoni Mental Health, and also from Confederacy Mainland Mi'kmaq. So thank you to those guys, and a reminder, if you didn't sign your name yet, please make sure you do so. A few other reminders. One is that a reminder that most of the Circle of Survivors and committee members are here with us today, and I know we've had a lot of discussions and intermingling, and but be sure to introduce yourself before the end of the day, and get to know them. These folks are here, and they're the individuals that sit as those voices at a lot of those national tables. We want you to encourage to talk with those committee members, even throughout the day and afterwards, and maintain that connection. Also want to remind everyone that the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation has statement gatherers. We've mentioned that a few times, and they're available to take survivor statements and to see any one of the staff or myself if you need to make a connection. And important that these statements, I'll take the gander that it doesn't have to be now. If you want to take that story and at the time that is right for you, and you want to share that story, that's the work of this center, and so they're always here to support you to take that story, to archive it, to share it in whatever way you think is needed. And so with that, I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. I was sitting up here thinking about my jokes, like, well, what joke do I say? And I was like, thought to myself, sound man, turn me on. And sometimes when you're from Eskazoni, you say these figures of speech, and I don't know how to say it in English. I want to eat it, or when eat it now. So you say these things, and it makes sense to you in English, but then when you stand back a little bit, and you're like, sound man, turn me on. And so like, yeah, like in your head, but then you think about it, no, don't, that doesn't sound right. Another thing we say is loud it up. Funny stuff. If I know that's a Eskazoni figure of speech. But with that, we're going to move on to our next panel. A few of these folks I know, and I work a little bit with Roger, a lot of good discussions, and so looking forward to this. So welcome back to the Community Knowledge Exchange, hosted by the National Advisory Committee on Residential School Missing Children and Unmarked Burials. So this afternoon's focus is on key considerations when it comes to archival research. And that's important. We had some stories shared earlier, one from Andrew about about Brian Francis from Elsbukduk, and these when they go missing and we don't know what happens, how do we find them? How do we find their story? How do we remember them? And often that work is done through these archival research. And I know I mentioned sometimes it's like finding a needle in a haystack, but all of those stories matter, even if you don't remember a name. Who they were, time of year, any piece of the puzzle, it really helps, a lot of these researchers to do their work and to find those puzzles and to collect that story. And so, I encourage that, even if you're not confident in that story, just know, even like as research, I'll speak as a researcher myself, that those little tidbits, that can give you a lead, can help you as a researcher to have an idea of where to look or where to go. And one of the discussions we had was, maybe, it sounds like a lot of the time some of our children go missing and when they're sent to hospitals, and that's one area that now's come to mind, searching hospital records, something that hasn't really been done. But even that too, if they were sent to the hospital, what happened to them there? And I work in healthcare, and those archives are they're tracked all the time, these medical records. And so there's definitely a lot of work to be done, but just encourage you to keep sharing. And even if you don't feel like you have a full story, it's part of the puzzle. That's the goal, is to fill that puzzle and to find these children and to tell their stories. And so same as panel structure. So I'm going to introduce them one by one. So our first speaker is today is Jessie Boteau, Senior Archivist for the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, who is a French-Canadian, Métis, and Scottish ancestry. He holds a Master's in Archival Studies at the University of Manitoba, focusing on the intersection between Western archival theory and practice and Indigenous notions of archives and memory. We have the next speaker is Ryan Shackleton, founder of No History, Canada's largest historical research firm. Ryan has 20 years of experience working as a public historian and has led a fairly large complex research files for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit governments. The other presenter we have is Dr. Roger Lewis of Shubenacadie First Nation, and is currently the curator of Mi'kmaq culture and heritage with the Nova Scotia Museum. He received a BA in anthropology from St. Mary's University in Nova Scotia and a graduate degree from Memorial University of Newfoundland, or MUN, specializing in pre-contact Mi'kmaq culture, landscape, and resource use. I will say Roger's work on Mi'kmaq eel weirs is incredibly important. That was part of his thesis, actually. So for the past 2 decades, he has been working closely with Mi'kmaq communities to record important ethnographic information and archaeological information. And then our last speaker, who I had the pleasure of meeting a few weeks ago, I'm now teaching a little bit part-time at St. Mary's, is Dr. Jonathan Fowler from St. Mary's University. Dr. Fowler is a 2-time Commonwealth Scholar, a professor of archaeology at St. Mary's University, and the owner and principal of Northeast Archaeological Research. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Archaeology from the University of Oxford and an Masters of Arts in Landscape Archaeology from the University of Sheffield. This research interest includes landscape archaeology, imperialism, and archaeological geophysics. So the words, we've talked a lot about ground penetrating radar, GPR, a lot of work similar to that. In his 30 years career in archaeology, Jonathan has conducted research in the UK, Greece, Hungary, Cuba, Antigua, and Barbados. I don't know. Looking at anyway, he'll correct me. But and with that, he's also been a part of the team that has been doing a lot of the research in the search of the potential sites at the Shubenacadie Indian Residential School site. So I'll give the floor to these guys, and as before, we will leave the floor for lots of questions.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. I first wanted to acknowledge the people of the Mi'kmaq territory here for graciously hosting us. You have a beautiful territory. This is my first time in this region, and it's been a pleasure. And I also wanted to acknowledge and thank the survivors who spoke earlier this morning. They're a great reminder of the work that we are doing and the need to continue to engage with and work with survivors and family members to ensure that we have as complete as possible our archival holdings and the documented history of the residential school system. So today I'll be providing a bit of a brief overview of the types of records that we hold, how we make them accessible, and to whom. And then I'll be getting into 6 key considerations when looking at archival research. Next slide, please. Next slide again. Okay, so Stephanie already provided a bit of an overview about where the NCTR archives came from with the ending of the TRC's mandate in 2015. These are the types of records that were entrusted to us. So roughly 4 million records, which break down in a number of different categories, but basically you're looking at historical or colonial records from government and church. So those could be student lists, they could be photographs, maps and plans, and a lot of administrative records. But then we also have those survivor statements. But in addition to that, we have a number of material objects, sacred items that were either gifted to the Bentwood box that traveled with the TRC across the country, or just gifted to the TRC as a way for survivors and their family members to share their story through different mediums. So it could be art, poetry, and that sort of thing. Next slide. So one of the biggest parts of the NCTR archives mandate is to make residential school records available to survivors and their family members. And as a number of people have already mentioned, since the 215 and Kamloops, everything has really changed and has gotten sort of ramped up for everyone doing this type of work. And that was also the case for survivor requests coming into the NCTR. So we've been working over the past 2.5 years to build up our archives and research teams so we could try to be as responsive as possible to survivors and their family members. Next slide. So how can you access records? So there are 2 primary ways for survivors and family members. So the first one is a survivor reference inquiry. So a survivor will reach out and then we will walk through them. We'll walk through the process with them so we can capture as much information about them, about their time at residential school, so that we could look in those 4 million records in our internal database, identify as many records as possible, and then print them off and create a package that we can either send physically or digitally, depending on how the survivor would like to receive their copy of records. And then the second way is a third-party request. So this will be for an individual who's looking to get copies of records from a parent, a grandparent, an uncle, an auntie, or a relative. So that is a different process, but the research involved in identifying those records for release to the requester is exactly the same. Next slide, please. So the big change over the past couple of years has been providing community level access to our records. So this was a fairly significant change to our workflows because we had been working primarily one-on-one with survivors and family members. But with the 215 and with the increase in communities leading their own research and investigations into missing children and unmarked burials, we had to develop a way to provide them with fulsome access to archival records so that they could do their searches properly. So we developed a sort of 2-pronged approach to doing this. The first one is working within our NCTR Act legislation, which utilizes a mechanism called the proactive disclosure of records. So this provides the executive director the ability to release records to communities for different reasons, research, it could be for education, it could be for commemoration. So that is a way where we could look at, let's say, a community is looking into investigating one school site, they might want to access copies of all the quarterly returns, all the maps and plans. So we would identify, let's say we've identified 1,000 records, then we could review those records and release them to the community. And then simultaneously, while we're doing that, we also work with communities on drafting a memorandum of agreement. So this has been our way to sort of work within the legislation, but provide remote access to communities to access the entirety of our database. So this has proven to be effective, and moving forward, as we continue to acquire new records, we'll be able to make those records available instantly to communities who already have access to the database. And before I get to the next slide, because Stephanie mentioned it earlier, I'll provide a very quick sort of update on our work on missing children. And the biggest update is that in our next phase of work, the sort of focus and priority is going to be working with the communities who are leading their work on the ground. So our work is going to be building these relationships with communities doing the work so that we could bring our research, their research together to ensure that we are memorializing the children the ways that the communities and families would like it to have happen. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think we're given 7.5 minutes, so I'm gonna have to rifle through these a little bit quicker now. So 6 key considerations. Archival research takes time. We're working with communities that have funding agreements that have sort of limited timelines. So oftentimes there is this sort of this need to push ahead quickly to try and get the research done effectively and quickly. But we are working with some communities that have been doing this work for decades, and they're still uncovering new information, working with community members who are now ready to speak, accessing archives that had never been accessible before. So, Ryan and others who have more experience in research, I'm sure could assist in developing those plans, but looking at different phased approaches so that you don't see this as one giant project, that it's sometimes hard to see the end, because oftentimes this work is also healing. So it's not something that you can, put a 5-year plan on. Next slide, please. Next consideration is that there's no one-stop shop for archival records. Ultimately, this is the end goal of the NCTR archives is to be this environment where we house and make accessible all the records related to the residential school system, but that's not the reality yet today. It's something that we're continuously working on, but communities need to know exactly where the records are held across the country. I had a discussion with someone earlier about, where are the records held for Atlantic Canada, and the answer is, they're sprinkled across the country. So there is no one-stop shop. Next slide, please. The next consideration is to build relationships with archivists. It can be very frustrating for communities working within different pieces of legislation that differ from province to territory to province. So building those relationships with the archivist who truly want to make these records accessible to communities is a very important part in doing this archival research, because survivors and family members are experts in the experience of residential schools, but archivists are the experts in knowing where to find different colonial records and how to access them. So bringing those two pieces of knowledge together is very important. Next one is that full access does not mean that everything is accessible. So when you are working with different archives across the country, although you might have an agreement to access the entirety of their collections, there will always be archival backlogs. And what that means is in an archival institution, as they collect new sets of records, there's always a backlog of records that have yet to be processed, and these can remain untouched for decades, and really are only addressed as time permits. So this does not mean that you should be sort of asking to access all these backlog collections, but it does mean that building these relationships with archives can help inform sort of their decision-making process for what collections to address next. And the next is having multiple copies of your archival research backed up in multiple locations. We've seen this a number of times now where we're working with a community and all of a sudden their archival research that's on a hard drive or a laptop, it dies, it becomes corrupt, and they've now lost months or even more of archival research. So having a plan, in fancy IT words, it's called geo-redundancy. So having a local copy and another copy held elsewhere in another region of the country is sort of a handy way to try and mitigate that. And at the NCTR, we do offer a free-to-use service to back up all of your research data, where at the end of your research, you have the ability to pull everything out and keep it within community. Or you could also have a copy held at the NCTR where ownership and control would still be tied to the community whose data that belongs to. And then whenever possible, look to build community capacity. This kind of goes back to the first point in that this work is long-term, it's going to be ongoing. So building community capacity for archives, for research, for IT, for communications, to be able to take this work and continue it for generations is always going to be a really important step in doing archival research. And then I just added one in at the last second, so this is a bonus consideration, and it's something that's come up quite a bit, is the importance of building these nation-to-nation networks or relationships. So we're seeing a lot of communities in different regions of the country start coming together, but it's creating little pockets or silos of research experts within Indigenous communities. So if we could come together, there are communities on the West Coast doing a lot of great work, and communities on the East Coast or in the North could benefit from sort of learning from the lessons learned, because the local context, the cultures, the languages are going to be different, but the content and the research is very similar. So that is the last consideration that I have. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ryan Shackleton. Let's see how this presentation goes. It's a strange thing being asked to come and be an expert on something like this. Jesse mentioned it, you're all the experts. And you know, this morning, I think that was a really incredible and powerful opening session, and I'm glad the elder is back, and thank you, sir, for your talk today. Your words will live with me forever, so I appreciate that. So much so that at lunch, I changed my presentation. So this is the presentation I was going to give you, but I don't think it was fair to give you that. So I've changed the entire thing. I don't know how this is going to go, but we'll see. Okay, next slide. So who is No History? We're just a bunch of historians, really. We're a company of about 80 people, offices in Calgary and Ottawa. We've been around since 2011. We work with Inuit, Métis, First Nations, doing exhibits, books, documentaries, research projects. In the last couple of years, we've been approached by nations to help them do research on finding their missing children and the unmarked children, but also to find out more about the experiences of children in the schools. So that's the work we're doing right now. And next slide, please. So this is what I was going to talk to you about. It's a free resource we've put out. I've left some at the back table. It's kind of a guide to developing a research project. And it takes you through the various steps of developing databases and creating keywords and identifying where you're going to look and how you're going to organize your information. But we're not going to talk about that. They're at the back. It's available online. If you need copies, come and see me and I'll get you some. Next slide. So at lunch, I contacted the Survivor Secretariat, who we support. And if you could hit the next button, please. The Mohawk Institute is the oldest residential school. And I said to Laura, I said, I have to give them something else. This isn't going to work. Can I tell them about the work that you're doing? And she said, of course. So this is the Mohawk Institute, and this is their statement regarding their research. They were organized to support the efforts to uncover, document, and share the truth about what happened at the Mohawk Institute during its 136 years of operation. They're doing the work to create a community archive for reconciliation, to document the truth. And next slide, please. It's really interesting. Someone talked about it being a puzzle. The archives is just one part of that puzzle. Statement gathering is another part of the puzzle. Archaeology is another part of the puzzle. It all moves together, and then we get to see the full picture. And that's the Mohawk Institute there. So if we go to the next slide, to give you a sense of the scale of what's happened with the Mohawk Institute, and I don't know how far you are into your research, but they've been working for about 2 years now, and this slide's out of date. There's 99 known deaths now. There's been over 20,000 documents that have been reviewed. Almost 12,000 have been databased with issue codes, etc. I think we're at almost 40 different archives, and the team's actually leaving on Monday to England to go visit 2 different archives there. Your records are everywhere, and it's going to be a long journey to find all those records. We have the names of over 4,600 children. Sorry, we've identified 4,600 children that went there. We don't have all their names. Sometimes it's just baby girl, sister, etc. And one of the challenges will be to identify those names, and that'll be through community support work. But the archives, and we'll go to the next slide, please. The archives can tell us a lot, and they can help you on your ground searches. You'll see this, and there's a story, sorry, I don't mean it as a story. A survivor has testified and has communicated that there was a rifle range here, right behind the Mohawk Chapel. It was by a local military band. And right at the end, the bottom here, that was where the butts were. And butts are like hills so that they could shoot into it and the bullets wouldn't go any further. And there's survivors that have said there's stories that children were executed at the bottom of that, at the end of the butt. So this is the river in 1945. But if we click one more time, this is the current river, that orange piece. So we see that the butts are underwater. So once we're starting to collect that work and we overlay all of that material, the archival research can really inform where you may want to look. We'll go to the next slide. Sorry, you're going to have to press the button a couple of times here. So this is a collection of different documents to show you, again, how you take all these tiny little pieces of the puzzle and you put them together. Just click through them here. So we have cemetery records and plans and burial registries. Yep. Plot lines. So this is the Mohawk Chapel, and this is one of the key areas that we're looking at. So this is what we know, and it's not all children that were buried there. It could also be, and sometimes it was principals of the school, sometimes clergy members, and sometimes adults. But what we're trying to do is identify where are the known burials and where should we be looking with the GPR. So in this one, we see those are the known burials at 1850. And by the way, Joseph Brandt is buried here, just to the right of the church. And we click the next one. 1850 to 1879, we see these red spots. Now we know from an old document that's where the headstones were in the main area, but up on the top right-hand side here, right-hand side, the headstones fell over and they moved them to the back of the church, and that's where they're at now. But by getting that historical documents, we know where those headstones align to on the ground. 1880 to 1909, sorry. This is a key point that we see a spike in burials there. And when we correspond that to the records, we see a spike in the deaths. We see more tuberculosis deaths. We see more sickness going through the school. And we know that this is probably going to be a period where we're going to find more of the bodies from that area. And next, in 1910 to 1939, we see it slowing down. And past 1940, there's almost none. If we go to the next one. Sorry, the 1910 to 1939, that was a picture of the church. By the 1900s, we're able to actually take pictures and then realign those to the grounds and GPS kind of the coordinates to know where things were, where trees were, where trees weren't, etc. And then post-1940, we know that very few burials happened here. Children were being sent home. They were being sent to hospitals to die. And we don't have as many records of them dying at the school. Didn't mean they weren't killed at the school. It didn't mean that their diseases weren't contracted at the school, that malnutrition didn't happen at the school. But we know at this point, we're not likely to find those children here, we don't think. Next slide. And unknown dates. So this is a crucial one. These are just, we don't know who they are. We know there was a burial done. We don't know if they were children. We don't know when they died. So we're still looking in the records for that. And the next one. So that's some of the work that we were only given 7.5 minutes. My daughter can't eat a bowl of cereal in 7.5 minutes. So it's not a lot of time, but I want to leave with a couple of thoughts. Researcher support is so crucial. That when your researchers are going through these files, they're experiencing, terrible stories like we heard this morning, day in and day out. Please make sure that your researchers have health and wellness supports all the time. And then lastly, I was just asked, in exchange for sharing that information, Laura asked me to remind everyone that, all of these records are coming to the NCTR. 23 million records. Communities are going to need more support in a longer period of time to get through all of that. Like the 3-year funding is just not going to do. So thank you very much. That's my email, and some of these are at the back.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Roger Lewis, and I'm the curator of Mi'kmaq Cultural Heritage at the Nova Scotia Museum. I don't have a PowerPoint, otherwise I'd be here for the better part of the afternoon. But what I wanted to talk about is the Nova Scotia Museum and how it, in the past, had treated Mi'kmaq cultural history and some of the cultural belongings in their possession and in their care. I've been there now 17 years, going on 18 years, and when I first went into that museum, I kind of walked in there with some of the tourists, and I kind of get the sense that I was kind of extinct, and Mi'kmaq people were extinct. You first get into that museum, you were met by a bunch of archaeological lithic material, stone material. You went a little further, you saw a collection of baskets, beadwork, and other things, and then you just suddenly, they had mannequins there, dressed up, little brown skin mannequins, dressed up in buckskins, and which was really obnoxious. And then you left the museum, and you're kind of scratching your head. And so what did I just see? But anyway, as a result of some of the news media, especially with the 215 from Kamloops, the museum thought better of that gallery down there. So what we did is we said, wow, we got to step up to the plate here, and we've got to reflect and narrate the Mi'kmaq story in a proper context. But to do that, we're in the business of fabricating exhibits, but we're not in the business of being the voice for any cultural group. So what we did is we created the Mi'kmaq Advisor Group, made up of young academics, young artists, students, that kind of young generation, 40s or so, 50s. And people often ask, why don't you have elders on that committee? Well, I've been in this business for, God, 25, 30 years. And I had the pleasure of speaking with a lot of elders in Mi'kma'ki, and a lot of those elders are now gone, sadly. So these young people are our new upcoming elder group. So we wanted to give them the opportunity to be the voice of that museum. So like I say, we're in the business of fabricating, but we're not in the business of interpreting that story. So we get this group together. Our collections, archival material is both cultural, physical, and paper documents. We have records of all Mi'kmaq cultural material in Canada, United States, the UK, Britain, Germany, France, and other places. We also have paper archives for material culture, a lot of historical information relating to Mi'kmaq people. That was never utilized properly, but we're trying to encourage Indigenous students to come in and use that now and to take full advantage of it. But our collection itself was a challenge. People tend to look at Mi'kmaq material kind of in a static kind of context. And I was at the art gallery, for example, and I was doing a presentation on Mi'kmaq pottery, ceramic pottery, and there was another lady doing a talk on European ceramics. And it was kind of ironic. While they were talking about European ceramics, earthenware, those kind of things, they kind of referred to it as art. But when they kind of made reference to Mi'kmaq ceramics, they called it a craft. And they do that with a lot of things in our collection, with the regalia, with the beadwork, with the quill work, all these things. So we had to change that really, and I think the big part of that was somebody mentioned community involvement. The only way we could move that ahead was to initiate this dialogue with the Mi'kmaq Advisory Group. They did a wonderful job. They did the interpretation. It's their voice, Mi'kmaq voice. It's very contemporary now, because I think you look at some of the artwork that Mi'kmaq produce, and I think one of the underlying, probably less recognized characteristics that work, Mi'kmaq were always adapting. These things aren't artifacts. I often tell people, if you look at this material, it's very obvious that the makers were always adapting. And for every new kind of media that came in or material, Mi'kmaq would adapt that. But I think what's beautiful about this material, it stays distinctively Mi'kmaq. Now, I was just out to see a lady. She was making a peaked hat, and I was just commenting on the beadwork. It was double curved motif, and I said, "Oh my God, those are small seed beads." And she kind of chuckled. She said, "They're not seed beads." She said, "What they are," she says, "it's a twine that they use to sew the nets on lobster traps." She had substituted that for seed beads and made these beautiful double curved motifs and things, and it was incredible. And I was telling her, this is what we have to tell these people. It's constant adaptation. This material is not, it's, as I try to explain to people, even my students, this period is the rise of commodity art. And you really have, it's important to listen to Mi'kmaq people. And I think it's more important too, I'll just close here pretty quick, is during my travels over the last 25 years or so, I always made a habit of dropping in and seeing non-Indigenous elders. And I think that's important because as I was traveling down the Eastern Shore, I'd talk to, like I say, elderly non-Indigenous women and men, and they'd say, "We remember Mi'kmaq coming here. We were really good friends with them. We played with them when we were children. It was like Christmas in July when they got here." I said, "Oh my God, whatever happened to them?" And I said, "What years are you talking about?" And they said 1930s, 1940s. What they didn't know, those were the years of centralization. Now, all these neighbors and children that they played with were centralized, say, the Shubenacadie and, say, Eskasoni. So it's kind of ironic. And I think it's just as important to talk to these non-Indigenous elders as it is to talk to ours and record their stories, because they kind of run parallel to each other, and they're equally important. And you get that different kind of perspective and vantage point. But I don't want to keep you too long, but it's just saying that new gallery we're working on is, I think it's a wonderful effort by the Mi'kmaq Advisory Group. It's going to be very contemporary. It's taken Mi'kmaq people out of the static and kind of placed them in their proper place and the whole timeline. And the voice is wonderful, and we have part of that's going to include a residential school thing. I worked with John up at Shubenacadie Indian School Hill, and while we were up there, people had given me some of the old blankets that were in that school, the old wool itchy blankets and stuff like that. So it's going to be, I don't think you should beat people over the head with a history book. You know, I think if you do it in a manner that people see it, it's going to trigger something. So our museum now is geared up in such a way now that when people come in, and I think you succeeded when people come into your museum and they see things and they say, oh, I didn't know that. And I think you've accomplished something and you've educated people. And I think it's important. So to bring Mi'kmaq people into the equation, hey, we might be perceived as the experts, but the gentleman here said the people sitting out there are the experts. And we have to step aside with some of our privilege and that we think we have, but the expertise is out there. But before I go, and I think it's important we talk to our matriarchs here, and I'd just like you acknowledge land acknowledgements, and I think we got to take this opportunity to acknowledge all our matriarchs sitting here. And so I'll just leave it at that and let John carry on.
This is a test. Okay, it works. Thank you, everybody, for your time and the invitation. I'm going to try to make this move fairly quickly because I know time is limited, and like many of you, I'm interested in the discussion, Q&A. So if we could just move quickly. This is one of the more beautiful pictures I've taken, and I take 1,000 pictures with my camera, and one will turn out. So you get to see the good one. I won't bore you with the other hundreds. But this is a morning at the site of the Shubenacadie Residential School when we were doing field work up there a few years ago. Just to give you a beautiful perspective of the river, and a very beloved tree, which sadly in a recent hurricane has come down. Nevertheless, here's Roger and I up on the hill conducting geophysical surveys, and if we could advance, I'll just give you some of you don't know the site very well, but this just gives you a little bit of a bird's eye view. Literally, I think it was Air Canada flight or something that came over the community a couple of years ago, and I took this photograph out the window. So there's the residential school site. It's been observed that it's on it. There's a plastics plant here now, farmland, the river, highways, and the community next door. If we could. My involvement in this project, the residential school search, came about quite by accident. Roger and I, for a number of years, have been working on the river, looking at the history of the river, the Mi'kmaq story. In the 1700s, there was a French mission built on the river. It's listed here, shown here in this early map, Mass House, it's called. And we were very interested in this site, so we've been working there for a long time when Kamloops happened. And After that, we were asked if we could perhaps play a role at the school. So that's what we did. We employed a methodology, and this is really the focus of what I want to communicate today. And that methodology included many of the things that we've already heard about. Some level of historical research. And by the way, the triangle, the upside-down triangle, is not an accident. It's kind of like focus. You know, we start broad and then we go narrow. So we start with broad historical research, which includes texts, maps, old photographs, cultural memory. We move to this thing called aerial remote sensing. So that includes old air photographs and satellite images and things I'll show you in a moment. The important thing to take away, I think we all understand the value of this. I'm not sure we know, all of us, all the resources that exist here, including a lot of free information that provincial governments have made available and the federal government has made available, and I'll show you some of that in a minute. And then, only after doing those other things did we get down to terrestrial survey, getting out into the field with equipment. Okay, aerial remote sensing, a fairly modern air photo, 2015. This is the residential school site, plastics plant right here. We're going to cycle through these fairly quickly, but what you're going to see, 74, we'll have another, 64, we're going back in time, it's time travel. 54, 38, and we'll stop there just for a second because that's the last one I have. So 1938 is the oldest air photo we have of this site. But what you need to know is that in Ottawa, on Booth Street, there's a great big federal office building, and they have millions, I'm not exaggerating, I think it's 8 or 9 million aerial photographs from across the land. So all of these school sites, we already have a ready-made archive of visual imagery. That is just a matter of ordering and putting into what we call a project GIS, a geographic information system, so that we can overlay them with modern roads, rivers, and the like. Now, there was testimony in this site saying that there were graves in the old orchard in front of the school. And I just want to mention that, graves there, just beyond the orchard. In this 1938 air photo, you can actually see the remnants of an orchard. That's kind of interesting. That's just a few years after the school was established. Otherwise, we don't know quite where the orchard is. We can see it this way. And let's carry on, Craig. LiDAR, light detection and ranging. This is a kind of aerial imagery, but it uses laser beams from an airplane. And you use the returns of these to create a three-dimensional digital map of the landscape. And with the LiDAR data, which is free, you can get it across the country, we have it free. In Nova Scotia, the provincial government has put the whole data set out there. You can pull it out for free. You can then strip away the vegetation. We've heard about the damage done by vegetation and how it obstructs search areas. You can remove forest, you can remove brush, you can see the landscape without the vegetation through LiDAR. You can also add air photographs from different time periods. This is 54, overlaid over top of the LiDAR data. If we can go to the next one, I'll show you the significance of that. The sites that we investigate have changed. I think in Ryan, I missed your slide because my perspective was over there, but the river that had changed its course. You know, we can see that with air photos, and we can see this sort of thing with LiDAR. At the Shubenacadie residential school site, a lot of fill has been introduced here. The ruins of the school have been flattened. A lot of fill has been introduced and plowed over. This is an artificial terrace. You can see that in the LiDAR, and that becomes important because if your cultural memory and the tradition says that there might be people buried here, it's important for us to know that they're under several feet now of new fill. So we need to get rid of that before we can do the radar work. So all of these methods are helpful. There we go, another 1930s, I think in this case, photo. Next, please. Okay, aerial remote sensing, I'll move more quickly now. We took a series of air photos with our own vehicles Because I work at St. Mary's University, they have some pretty high-tech gear. And this is my friend and colleague Greg Baker flying the Wingtra 1, and he's collecting air photo images. And we can make 3D models out of that as well, if we could go to the next. Huge data sets these are, by the way. And then geophysics, terrestrial geophysics. And in this case, this shows all the areas we surveyed, guided by cultural memory, and we used a couple of different methods. This instrument here that I'm holding up is an orange instrument. It's a magnetic instrument. I'm going to show you some of the data in a minute. We also did some radar work. Next one, please. This is an example of the magnetic data for the site. And because we were able to relate all of the geophysics to the historical photos, we could see old building sites. And for me, the takeaway lesson from this was that, and I suppose this might connect with your experience too, residential schools were often not just schools. There were other buildings, like a whole complex of buildings sometimes, and that was certainly the case in Shubenacadie. It was a working farm as well. And out in this cornfield, out behind the plastics factory now, you can still see the ruins of these buildings, including, and what's causing a lot of this red stuff is charcoal and ash and coal burnt from the furnace that was heating the building that got spread around the fields. There was also a blacksmith shop back here as well. So we can see areas where material was dumped by mapping in this method. I'll go to the next one. This is the barn complex. You can still see some of the foundations. These are areas where material has been dumped. We've got other concentrations of things, but we'll move ahead. The point is we use geophysics to create a map of underground resources. Now, in this case, this site, and we're coming back to the orchard here, and this is, I have to emphasize, this is only one of the sites of interest. It's a very large property. But in this site, this area of the orchard with reported graves, we were able to find old maps that showed that orchard as well. And it was connected to the residents of the farmers who were farming here before the residential school was established. George and Minnie Gay were their names. They bought the farm from a fellow named Charles Snide. If we could just go to the next. So we targeted that area extra carefully with the ground penetrating radar. Here it is. And the next. And just a couple of examples of getting successful returns from the instrument, which suggest the presence of buried features that were roughly in the shape of a grave. Go to the next. And here's some of the profile data. You can see the data in map view or from the profile view. And the next. The fascinating thing about this is that we do have historical evidence suggesting that these graves don't belong to children from the residential school, but rather they belong to the farmers who were here before the residential school was built. Because according to this record, it says the two of these folks are buried just down the hill from Charles Snide's house. And we were able to pinpoint Charles Snide's house and then find these two graves down the hill. Now, that doesn't mean we know for certain the identities of those individuals, or if that is a grave after all, but that's how we build the information. And I'll come back to that kind of triangular method. You know, we integrate lots of different types of data if we could just carry on. The size of the property is immense. And so what we began is only the beginning. We're eager to get back. We're eager to collaborate with anyone who has information or who would like to see more work done on that hill. Likewise, if anything that we've done can contribute to your work around the country, it'd be our pleasure to share it with you. If you go to the next. We did a short video, about a 20-minute video. It's on YouTube summarizing the results of our search, and I think our organizers have that available, so you can have a look. And I really do mean it. Please get in touch anytime. Don't ever hesitate. And we'll be in no rush to leave today if you'd like to chat. Thank you.
Here we go. So now we'll just leave it for questions. One sec, just checking what time it is. 2:30. Wait. Oh, that was the note. 2:30. The snacks. We have snacks here. So, but I'm gonna go around and we're gonna ask questions again. So open the floor and I'll come to you, or you can come up, whatever you feel comfortable with. I'll go get that mic by Alan, and great presentation. Again, we started, just so refresher, we started with the archival work from the National Center. No history, all of the methodology. I guess the thing to know with organization like No History, they're independent research organizations, and so they're almost as consultants. So if you have particular projects, ideas, things, and the project funding to support that, that's sort of what they're there for. We use them a lot in healthcare, consultants, and then the work of Roger and Jonathan around LiDAR and searching the site. And so that's just a refresher, but raise your hand, I'll come to you, I'll go get the mic.
It's up at the, yeah, okay.
Just a quick question. There's been some statements made in the news about St. Anne's residential school, the records they have. How is that coming along? Is there any progress with that right now? There's some research being done about the lack of records coming back from the St. Anne's residential school.
The St. Anne's residential school.
Has there been any progress with that? I know the government is holding back a lot of information that we just want to get our hands on. But I'm more concerned with a friend of mine with the St. Anne's.
Okay.
How are they doing?
Yeah, so I can't speak on behalf of their research that is going on, but if we could work to connect the two of you, then perhaps that they could share that information with you.
And just a note, I know not everyone can hear, so I just wanted to make a note of that. So if just so we're mindful, if we could leave the volume level just a little bit lower, please and thank you, so we can hear the questions. We also have people online. I want that to be known, so that those individuals hear as well. So is there any comments, more questions? I'm just looking around. One in the back there. I'll come to you.
Bernie Nicholas Tobic. This is to the one who was doing the map with the red sites. Are you going to investigate where they dropped the ashes from the boiler?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. The work we did in 2021 was the first phase, and that is finished, and we're waiting for direction from Chief and Council, Grand Council, community. I'm willing to go back. I think I can speak for Roger, but he'll correct me. He's right next to me. We need to receive some instruction before we continue the work.
Oh, another follow-up.
On those red areas, do you think you might be able to find anything?
It's a good question. I know there is material there, and when I say material, I'm referring to archaeological material. If you walk in that field, it's a cornfield right now, there's a dairy farm there, and when you walk around that area before plowing or after, you'll see that there's all sorts of broken glass, nails, bricks. There's parts of the old residential school complex coming out of the ground, as well as evidence of burning, charcoal, and the like. So we know there's material there. The question is, can it be searched more effectively? Our first phase of work has been to map the locations of these areas. More work needs to be done now to go in and investigate them physically or to map them perhaps in greater detail. So it can be done, and there is material there. We can see it.
The reason I'm asking is because I know of a survivor who said that she saw a nun with a baby walking toward the boilers.
Right.
That's why I'm asking.
Right. Thank you. We've heard similar testimony, and it's one of the reasons that we were eager to map those areas so that we would identify locations for future work.
Oh, did you want to?
That thought, as I'm moderating, there's probably more questions, but maybe for Dr. Fowler, we have a lot of those testimonies and those stories of children being put into incinerators or boiler rooms. And then that material, because my undergrad background was in genetics, what is the possibility, we're using archaeological evidence, what is the possibility of doing genetic or DNA evidence for some of these sites? Would that material have survived? Would that, that might be a question that folks might have.
Yeah, it's an excellent question, and I'd be talking a little bit out of turn. It's outside of my expertise. I've done very little work on DNA. However, burning is a destructive process. And Keisha, did you want to? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Take it away. We've got a couple of experts in the room.
There's an answer to this, partially, or it's been thought about. So.
I forgot. Hi there. My name is Dr. Jacques. I'm a forensic pathologist. And so question is about possible. There may be things that are possible, but the probability in this circumstance is very low. Likely not. Thanks, Dr. Fowler.
You got it. Thank you.
So yeah, likely that genetic material would not have survived with as it heats up. And if you think about the structure of DNA, it actually disintegrates, and it's not just the burning, but there's all the environmental factors that come in, and if it's with other material and all that stuff, and it sort of disintegrates the compound so that it breaks apart. And so when you actually go to test the soil, sometimes at some sites with particular factors, you can find that DNA of archaeological sites, but it's hard. There's another thought. Yeah.
Tansei, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Keisha Supernant. I sit on the National Advisory Committee along with my colleague, Dr. Jacques. My specialty is like Jonathan's. It's in archaeological geophysics and the searching. But I think this brings up a really important point. We know these survivors are telling the truth, but there may not always be ways that science can find those answers. So we heard earlier about the importance of the truth is already there. Sometimes these scientific techniques can help provide more evidence, but we don't need them to know that these stories are true. Because some of these, like in rivers, water bodies, burning, they're very, very difficult for science to detect them. Doesn't mean they're not there. It just means that science might not be the way to get those answers. Survivors already know that that's their truth, and we can uphold that. It's just science hasn't always caught up with the knowledge of survivors.
Thank you for that. I got to meet Dr. Supernant, Kim Tallbear's Genetics Institute, so a lot of great work. Is there more thoughts, questions? I know I don't want to cut this off. Andrew?
Yes, I just want to know, how many of our survivors that ever were interviewed about the life in residential school, but I hear all about what government did and what other researchers did, but I haven't heard any stories from the actual stories from the survivors that are left today, because the lots of those survivors are dying off. And I know lots of those survivors that I talked with the very hectic stories to tell, and their stories never captured by the research, through the research work. So I just wondered how many would interviewed for the for residential school.
Yeah, so I could speak to that question. So roughly speaking, there were about 7,000 statements from survivors, family members that were provided to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. About 3,800 of them were one-on-one private statements, and the rest came from public sharing circles, sharing panels, some from Halifax as well. And those public testimonies are available on our website at nctr.ca. So we have about 1,200 of them, and what we've been doing is taking a lot of those really lengthy sharing circles and sharing panels. Some of them can be upwards of 8 or 10 hours long. So we've started dividing up the video by speaker. So then if someone's looking for a specific public statement, then they can go find the survivor or intergenerational survivor that provided that statement.
Great. And I think I'll make another plug too with the National Center. They are collecting statements from survivors, and that's for any time that you're ready. There's no, it's when you want to go and when you want to tell that story. And one of our elders mentioned to me and wanted me to mention that, we have some memoirs in our territory, like Isabel's memoir, but those histories and those stories are important to share. Especially to our younger ones, and the idea of, is it more memoirs or is it more a way to share the story so we can pass that on to our young ones so they know and they remember, and she shared that with me, just a thought that Mary had, and all the stories, whatever form that comes in. And I think I mentioned that glad you had a puzzle slide and made it good visual. It was, even if you feel like you don't feel confident, again, emphasize that like it's a part of the puzzle. We all have a piece of the puzzle. Like researchers have a piece of the puzzle, but our survivors is the biggest piece of the puzzle, and you have to remember that. You guys are the most important part. The puzzle is not complete without that story. And just know, and I know, like I work in research, the rules behind how you share are really strict for us researchers. So if you share your story and you say, I don't want it public, I just want it for research, I want these people to have it, or I only want my family to have it, like those are going to be honored. I know, like there's records that I know it's cataloged or I know it's there, but you're not allowed to see it because it's those rules, and those rules can be set by you. Like you have that autonomy, and if you want that to be shared in whatever format you want, like know that is your right to share that story. So when you share that story, it's not like it's going to this organization, they're going to share it whatever way they want. And I think to explain to everyone too, when we talked about servers, those servers just don't go online and they don't go, willy-nilly somewhere and get stored on a database. They're actually encrypted. And so they have a password, they're encrypted. If they're ever compromised in any way, what happens is you get the output, the computer jumbles up everything, and it's hard to read, and they're sort of safeguarded through that encryption. And so your ability to access it is even more difficult. So you need things like passwords, you need things to access it, and just know that those safeguards are in place. when you do share your story, and if you want it to be saved. But yeah, that you guys are the biggest piece of the puzzle for sure. More questions or thoughts, comments?
I've just one quick.
I'll let you go, and then I'll go to Mary. No,
Just
you go, Jesse.
Okay, just one very quick thing. Something that Roger mentioned that's kind of really sticking with me was the whole art versus craft sort of thing within the museum world. And now we're talking about archives versus survivor stories. So it's kind of hitting me a little bit that there's a bit of a parallel there where we're looking to, you know, the truth of archives, where we know there's a lot of misinformation within the colonial archives. So maybe steering away from survivor stories, or, you know, maybe survivor archives, or just trying to find some better language to sort of add a bit more weight to it. But just one comment.
Yeah, agreed.
When I was listening to Lottie telling about the story about the nuns carrying the white sheet, you know, about a body or something, it brought back. Well, I was told the same story, so I was over the years I used to wonder, you know, if that was true. But then today, when I heard Lottie's story, I said, wow, that maybe did really happen. I used to think, well, maybe they were just making up stories, and then kind of verified my story. You know, I didn't tell anybody over the years except for my family, because they're all residential school. And then another thing was when they used to take us back to where the reservoir is now. The older kids would tell us, "Look through the ice. You'll see bones. You'll see a body down there." So we would try to look through the ice when it was clear, and sometimes it looked a little reddish. And the little kids would end up crying, you know, thinking there was a body down there. So there's got to be something there, you know, because it's just one too many people telling the same kind of story, you know, and not everybody will lie about it, right? Or have the same story, for that matter. And that's the same with all across Canada. How can my friend here, Bill, he can tell me stories that almost happened the same way in residential school here in Shubenacadie, and he's about how many? He's from British Columbia. So these, you know, we were kids at the time, so we had no reason to lie about them. It's just they're all two same stories. And I'm sure when they took the statements from us, they probably had the nun that did this and did that, you know, same when we were in the residential school. Sister Gilberta used to take a hold of our kids, take a hold of us, and she would grab us by the cheek. And another person told me the same thing. Same thing happened to her and another girl. So I know I'm not lying, and I know they're not lying. So I'm just, what kind of shocked me when Lottie told that story. He said, "Wow," it was kind of brought me back to what I heard over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And a thought that comes out, a lot of us have been talking today about searching the pond that was near the site, and maybe a question for Dr. Fowler, like what you've searched predominantly is the landscape, and if you were to introduce that search where water is now present, what is that process like? How would it change? And yeah, what does it look like?
It's challenging, and thank you for your comments. I do, before I get to the pond, want to just point out two very quick things. One is a lot of people came and spoke to us when we were on the Hill doing the work, and the story of the nun and the blanket and the furnace. We heard this more than once, from different people. And I don't want anyone here to think that we're taking the view that our work is finished, because the radar detected 2 graves and we can associate them, we think, with farmers. It just shows that the method works, but we've not finished the job. So there's a lot more to be done. And the pond is part of that. And it's very tricky. We do know from the historical record that there were a couple of young girls drowned in the pond. And I believe in this case, I could be wrong, because I'm just speaking off the top of my head, but I think the records exist that suggest that they were buried possibly even in Indian Brook, although don't quote me on that, because I don't have the records in front of me. Doesn't mean there aren't other people there. The pond is heavily vegetated, so it's very difficult to get in there. But waterlogged environments like that are generally, they're very difficult to get to, but they're very good for preservation of evidence. So unlike the river, which will tend to make anything you put in the river flow away, the pond, anything that went in the pond is still there. The question then becomes, how do you gain access? Do you build a cofferdam? Do you pump the water out? It's very complicated. It's very murky, difficult to see. But there are methods, including dogs, which are good at detecting human remains, for example. And there are different ways of accessing such an environment.
So we have a question online. So I'll go to Alan, and then I'll do the question online.
Just a quick question. Back in 2001, when we were, same time the New York thing was going on, we were doing a survey of the graveyard at Indian Brook. And at that time, they had what he's claimed to have ground-penetrating radar. And he said there was interference coming up from the power line next to it. Has the radar improved enough that we could re-examine that?
It is true that there's something called air waves. So if we were doing a radar survey in this room, we would get reflections off the walls and the ceiling from the radar energy. And it's true with overhead cables. They can sometimes interfere if there's a power cable. You can filter that out to some extent. The good news is that we didn't have a lot of that interference at the residential school site because we didn't have a lot of overhead cables. So that's my comment on that.
The other reason I bring it up too is that there's a site along around about 15, 20 feet inside from the road, whereas one of the chiefs had plowed off all of the gravestones. And that's where I'm thinking that if there was any person that died at the residential school, might have been buried up there. I know that the poorhouse over in Cheese Factory Connor, the Catholics there were buried in that graveyard as well. So there's a lot of non-native graves there as well as native graves.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's another avenue to examine.
Another site to examine. Yeah.
Thank you.
So the question that was online and was in relation to, we have a lot of discussion around Western methodology, Western practices to this research, and I believe it was maybe a survivor who asked, what are the ways in which we bring into this process indigenous methods of research and indigenous methods of understanding. And I leave it to maybe any of the panel or some of our experts we have in the room. And maybe I'm interested to pitch that to Ryan as working with the Mohawk community. What does that look like in terms of bringing in the Mohawk people's indigenous methodologies into your practice?
Yeah, I think there's two sides to it. There's a colonial system that we're working in, and as historians, we're working with archives, we're working with colonial documentation, and we're working with the documents that were created by the people who stole your children. But taking that perspective, what I've seen with Six Nations is that it's holistic. So health and wellness plays part of everything that we do. Constant communication, constant checking in, constant meetings to update and share information that I think is crucially important on the archival side. But it really is a colonial system that requires some Western, it just didn't exist, this system. But where we really see it is in the statement gathering, because that's a different perspective. And they're looking at different ways of doing statement gathering that puts ownership with the individual giving the statement rather than transferring ownership to the universities, which is traditionally what's happened. Group interviews instead of just one person behind 7 lights and a camera, that type of thing. So I really see it being incorporated into the methodology of the overall project, but especially in the statement gathering.
Great. Anyone else want to give that a Dr. Supernat? In indigenous methodologies.
I think this is a really important question. So just for a bit of background for folks, I'm a citizen of the Métis Nation of Alberta. I have done searches at 13 school sites over the past 2 years, mostly in Alberta and Saskatchewan. And I think this is a really important part of the search for the missing children. And I see this operating in the work that I do a lot through ceremony and protocol. And not just in terms of ceremony and protocol as we're doing the ground searching, which is really important. So doing ceremony to start, having ceremony wrapped around the work, but also communities are starting to look at the ways that they understand how to find the spirits of the children. Because the science can go out and scan, but there are people in our community who have knowledge of how to find graves with spirit and not necessarily with science. And so there's more of that emerging, I think, and also the ideas of bringing the children home without having to have physical remains to bring home. Many of our communities have ceremony to bring the ancestors home. And so if you know where they could be, there may be ceremony on the site to be able to bring those spirits back to however they need to be brought back, even if those remains have long since gone in the ground, because the spirits are still there. So I see that there is an increased conversation around how our own methods of understanding can help to bring the children home that aren't relying entirely on these Western ways of knowing. The Western ways of knowing are helpful. Ryan's point is a really important one. The records created by the people who stole the children are useful to build the evidence. And the science that we're doing with geophysics also can build the evidence so that non-Indigenous folks take it seriously, right? So that they listen and continue to listen. So sometimes we need that Western evidence to show non-Indigenous people that, yes, this is true, because they don't believe our own ways. But for ourselves, we can really focus on what do we need to know, what do we need to do, what are the ceremonies and protocols around this in our community that can help to bring the children home as well.
Thank you. So I know we have one more presentation and some closing remarks. So we're going to go to Tim. But before we do that, let me check the agenda. There's a break. Yeah, we are at break. Is there any last burning question? Yeah, one more. So then we'll take one more question, and then we'll take a quick break.
Yeah, I just wanted a little clarification there. You were talking about the ponds, are you calling the lake Snides a pond? Or, because we had another little pond by the piggery.
Oh, good.
We used to be able to skate on and stuff like that, eh? It wasn't as big as the Snides Lake.
Right.
And we skated on the Snides Lake also, eh?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So I was just wondering what you were, when you talk about the pond, are you talking one about at the piggery or the lake?
Right. Thank you for that. Yeah.
So 2 ponds that might not be there anymore?
Yeah, that's correct. They show up in the old photographs, and that's helpful. But the one that I was referring to when somebody referred to it as a pond, I was thinking it was Snides Lake, and that's the site of the drownings that are recorded in the records. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I know we're a little over time, so we'll make this break 5-10 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll have our closing presentations. So again, 5-10 minutes, and welcome you all back. Bio break and some snacks over there. And reminder, if you're making a non-insured health benefits claim, go see our support workers. They're here to help you fill that out. So just a reminder to everyone.
Form. This is how the story of treaty has been passed down to today's generation. How the leaders of the Cree, Saulteaux, Nakota, and Dene nations concluded 5 treaties with the Government of Canada. At the time of treaty making, the leaders realized the buffalo were disappearing and their livelihood was threatened.
Ayun sek teu na ke kiskaki. Pas kwa musto se ki stamagi no.
The American border north. First Nations realized they needed to adapt to the newcomers' way of life, so they agreed to enter into treaty negotiations with the British Crown. They were already familiar with treaty making with First Nation to First Nation treaties. They had also formed peace and
Hello. All right, we'll get started again. We'll reconvene, everyone. So if you hear my voice out there in the hallway, reminder, we're going to get started, and we have a few things to get through before the end of our day. Okay, so if I can get everyone's attention again, we're going to move on into our next presentation here. So we were actually going to have Doreen Bernard, and I know I mentioned at the start of the day that Doreen played a really big part in helping to organize this. Doreen cannot be here with us today, but we would like to acknowledge her for the tremendous amount of work that she has done in making this event happen as a community coordinator. Right now we would like to invite up Tim, who's going to do a presentation on some of the work of the IRS Commemoration Project, Honoring the Children. Tim is the director of Mi'kmaq de Burt, and does quite a bit of work within our communities around history, archives, community-based projects, and so much more with their team. And so thank you for being here today and to share with us this important work you're undertaking to commemorate the children in all of our communities. So with that, I'll give the floor to Tim, and we will go from there.
Well, Alan, Aaron, good afternoon, everybody. As Aaron said, my name is Tim Bernard. I'm from the Millbrook community, just down the road. My dad, his name was John Bernard, and my uncle Roddy Bernard, both survivors of the Shubenacadie Indian Residential School. They actually, my grandmother was led to believe she was going to send her kids off to Indian College, and she was encouraged to put an application in 1943. Application was denied. And the following year, 1944, they were accepted into the school. And in 1944, we're talking a lot of the archival records here, and I just wanted to share. So it's through the record and my background in research that I was able to retrace his steps in a way and retrace my uncle's steps in a way. Because my dad never shared that story. He had died 1994, and the first time that I had heard he was in the Shubenacadie Residential School was in 1999. And it was Elder Medina Marshall that pointed that out to me. And so from that moment forward, it's been a healing journey for me, because it also helped me to understand my dad a little better and things that we went through as a family growing up. And when I did find out my Uncle Roddy was still alive, and I was, anxious to ask him about residential school, and he just looked at me in my eyes and he said, "Look, Chris," he said, "I don't want to talk about the school." He said, "But when survivors tell you what had happened there, you need to believe their stories." And I took that information, and my Uncle Roddy passed away in 2009. And so I've been on my own journey to understand where and when they got to Shuby. And like I said, 1944, they got on a train in Orangedale. They lived in Malagawage, a little community, Mi'kmaq community near Orangedale. And, they were entrusted in the hands, I think, of a couple of elders, one being a cousin on my great aunt on my mother's side, Eliza Moore, and Mrs. Levi Paulette. They were bringing children from Cape Breton to the Shubenacadie School. And through the records, I've been able, like I said, to piece this story together, and I'm still doing so. But I thought I'd share that first But over the last 10 years, over the last 20 years, we've been working on several projects, and one has been, how are we going to commemorate survivors' descendants at the Shubenacadie Indian Residential School? And it's been a big question, and we've been doing a lot of engagement sessions over the last decade. And through the engagement sessions, the survivors want to make sure that the Shubenacadie former school site was designated as a National Historic Site in Canada. We were able to do that. In 2019, we made an application, went through the whole process. They really, on the National Historic Sites side, they really expedited this process. And by 2021, when we came together at the national, not national, but a gathering in Shuby, we were able to unveil the plaques in 5 different languages. And from that day forward, we've been working with a number of our survivors. I want to point out there's a couple of our Elders Advisory Council members for our Mi'kmaq Cultural Center project. I see Elder Becky, I see Elder Patsy in the back, and from day one of our planning for our cultural center, we had 6 survivors, and there's 3 descendants on my staff that have worked together to make sure when we build our cultural center that survivors and descendants have a place that they will make sure the story is told. And I know Roger shared a little bit about what the work that the museum's doing. And we're careful not to call our place a museum. It's a cultural center, it's a living place. And it's a place to come and celebrate, it's a place to honor. So Doreen is not here, and she was going to do a number of slides here, but I'm not going to do a number of slides. I just want to give you an update on the commemoration. So part of a 4-phase project was to have something put at the former school site, near the former school site, that would commemorate our survivors and honor them. And so we've been working with the studio of Ursula Johnson. She's one of our Mi'kmaq artists, and she's helping to design what commemoration will be. Unfortunately, I can't show you what that is today because it is a continual work in progress, but we have been able to make some progress with the community of Shubenacadie in determining potential locations of where the commemoration will happen. We're getting close to a schematic design for commemoration, what it will look like. And the big target date for us will be the spring of 2024 when we can launch the commemoration piece. So they've left me the task of going ahead and find some money to bring survivors and descendants back together in the spring of 2024 when a lot of this can be announced and released. Part of the work we've been doing, as I mentioned, the designation of the National Historic Site, and I see both Elder Mary here and Roger as well. They played a role in creating a video that we worked in partnership with Parks Canada that explains a little more why survivors wanted the National Historic Site, or Shubenacadie designated a National Historic Site. So you've heard a lot of people talk today. We have a 15-minute video. I would rather share the story through the stories from survivors and play that for now, but I'm happy to take questions afterwards. I've been asked to expedite this presentation, so I'm going to defer to a video.
I'm not seeing it on my screen here. be going now if it's the sound coming through on the video?
Or I don't know if it's at the sound where
Midday demek.
Memories? They're very important. It can lead you to a right road or down a wrong road.
I think a survivor would naturally, as a defense, kind of take those memories and push them back into the darkness. However, Mi'kmaq culture is one of oral tradition, passed down from generation to generation. It's how we come to learn, how we come to understand, right?
So, of course, remembering the good things is important, but also remembering the difficulties. And without that memory, our family history, that wouldn't be.
We call that ancestral memory. That's important because it carries our ancestors forward with us.
Gestern nach Gissigani Dike, Amushpa Mikwide de Moog, Dantet Wedgie Dike. Dad was a survivor of the Shubenacadie Indian Residential School. He got there in late 1949, and he was there as a 3-year-old, actually. They said that he was too young for school, but he was still there.
We often saw kids being taken to the residential school, but you never thought it would ever happen to you. Then all of a sudden, they're taking you to the vehicle and you're kind of, you know, there's a little bit of reality to this. I'm going now. A red building with a huge cross on the front of it. The entranceway, the big granite steps, and then the big oak doors. Some of the trees are still there. You could hear the rustle of the wind. Hearing the train whistles in the background as they're approaching through Shubenacadie on the way to Halifax.
The only thing I remember is walking up the stairs and then taken to the office and where we got registered. My mom bought us these dolls, ball gown, dress, in this little plastic bell-shaped case. And when we got there, those things were taken away. We thought we would get them back when we left, but we never did. I was 4.5 when I went there. Didn't know that I was staying. So I didn't get to say goodbye. That was quite traumatic for me.
You're gonna move number 18.
We all had numbers. They wouldn't call us by names, they would call us by numbers, right? On one section was the girls, and then on the other side was the boys' side. But we never got to see the boys. We were separated from the time we entered there.
Yeah, there were other children there besides Mi'kmaq.
2 tribes here, Mi'kmaq and Inuit.
Dad said at one point when he was there was a couple Mohawk kids that came and a couple Inuit kids from up north came as well.
Our routine was rigid. You know, we were expected to get up around 6 o'clock in the morning, make our beds, go to the church. Church was a big thing. We had the nuns there and the priest and what they called brothers. No, we never were allowed to leave the grounds at all. It was not too much idle time, right? Of course, the kids eating whatever they're being served. Some of it wasn't fit to eat. We're all in bed by 7 or 8, probably around 7 because it was still daylight.
You didn't have very much interaction with your sisters or cousins.
When we see each other in the hallway, we had to walk by and not say anything. And if we did, we were strapped and beaten. And that happened to my brother. On the way to church one day, we met in the hallway, and I said hi, and he said hi. He got pulled out of line and thrown up against the radiator. One of the male charges that were taking care of the boys was kicking him, telling him to get up. And I ran out of line, and I jumped on him, and I started fighting him to get him up. So we both got in trouble at that time. But that's how bad it was.
Ang nui surimino na daliol nultik. Akal mesi waswa dudida nagamoyak.
They told you not to speak your language, or else you're going to be punished. Yeah. Whenever the parents came to the school there, the nuns would monitor your visitations, I guess I call it, and make sure you don't speak your language. And you're only allowed an hour to visit them, and then they have to leave again, right?
I remember being told that we weren't good people, and being told that our parents didn't want us. That's why we were there.
I remember crying a few nights, for my mom. And I would hear the other ones, little ones, crying too, right? You couldn't get up and console them, because if you got out of bed, you got punished. I remember missing Mom, my dad, and my siblings. I miss the freedom, the beach. Yeah.
I think the point of, not just the Shubenacadie Indian residential school, but residential schools all across Canada, the point was to make us white and to get rid of the reserves, to take away our language, to take away our culture and our customs, the way we did things, and assimilate us into Canadian culture.
When I was growing up, we never had powwows. We never had regalias. We never had songs. We never had dresses like this.
The Truth and Reconciliation Commission described it as cultural genocide. But the Shubenacadie survivors, they simply called it genocide.
Whether you call it cultural genocide or whatever you may call it, it was a way to exterminate us, our core, our identity, to wipe that clean.
It wasn't until 1960s that they saw fit to consider Mi'kmaq people citizens of this country.
I never tried to leave. I thought about it.
There are some, families that were arrested at the schools trying to get their kids out.
They didn't want to go back. And so he saw the bus coming and he booked it up the hill. He stayed there until it was dark. And that's how we did it.
The school had students from 1929 to 1967. We were the last students to leave. I was cleaning out the sister's locker in her room. And way in the back, I found my Bill doll. I told the sister this was mine. And she said it was hers. And I said, well, you know what? You can have it. I don't want nothing from here. When they went home, some survivors felt like they were treated as outsiders or damaged.
We've been brainwashed. Some of them don't want to be known as natives, It's pretty sad, right?
Kids that came back to us was only from Shubi school. They hung out with each other because the other kids would not, play with them because they spoke different. My dad, he came back and he spoke English, and he was shunned for it, right?
I think each generation dealt with it in different ways. And mine was to rebel to alcohol and drugs. Yeah.
My grandmother, and she was quite adamant about keeping our language back then, right? Nuga me still me bnin mukaun da so tandili ilnewism. Muka islu istundet detta iga den aha nadela that liwisidet ilnewituk.
What makes us who we are is our language. Who we are as Ulno people is in that language. So when he came back, he started to speak the language again. Eventually, you know, he spoke fluently. So it didn't work. You know, they didn't assimilate him. Mukawan da so Wadebek so di Wajidike. Mada awan dante jawan das wat mo at least with the menu went dead or gino. We drove by on the highway. Dad said, "Dad, where'd you up? No, you gonna muksiap." That's the first time ever that I have a memory of the location of the school.
They were in the process of tearing it down when it burned. The way it was burning. It was like all those evil things and all those negative things, I think, were leaving.
You know, it was mixed emotions, right? Yeah.
But knowing how much pain and how much horror that has caused our people and my family and my dad, I was kind of happy that it didn't exist anymore.
Although you don't see the building, the hill is there, and it's just as visible in your memory as the school is. It's a horrible thing that school was put there. But couldn't be in a more wonderful site than along that Shubenacadie River. Mi'kmaq played a significant role in the making of this landscape prior to Europeans and throughout that period. And it goes back 13,500 years. It's a continuity. That whole history and experience unfolding on that river. Mi'kmaq haven't forgotten that.
Pretty soon, all our survivors will be gone. To tell that story, we need to leave those things behind for our next generations to carry.
Yes, you do. Dan Kislipiadiek, residential school. Do we get all? This is Wanchito.
We had the commemoration ceremony in 2021 on the first National Day of Church Reconciliation on September 30th. We unveiled a plaque for the Parks Canada commemoration of the site. There's Mi'kmaq and 3 orthographies and 2 in Willistic. And then there's, of course, English and French. So there's 3 plaques there. Tells a story about why residential schools were built, the impacts of the residential school on our people, and about who we are.
Uladet delu batamek makamigo. Uladet makamigo negaw deluek me mudiak.
It's a start towards reconciliation. Canadians and all people from around the world that are coming here understand and know the true history of Canada.
I think it was pretty important for the people to know. It's part of the dark history that needs to be told.
We know our history, we know where we've come from, so we continue on.
Even though they had that dark period, many dark periods in the past, when I go up there, I reflect back on the ability of people to be so resilient through all of those difficulties, right? I think it's just incredible. I think it's a beautiful story.
Thank you for that. And so we're going to open the floor to questions and thoughts and sharing. And I actually want to start with Loppy. If Loppy wanted to share some thoughts, and I'll be translating for Loppy, and Patsy might help me as well. So we're going to give the mic. So if I can get both of the mics live, and we'll be translating for Loppy.
You want me to do it in English?
Asagil, Ulnuis this now, Ulnuis this, Ulnuisi.
Try the English part. I should know the English. I was like, when I was caught speaking Mi'kmaq in the residential school, I was beaten and forced to put soap in my mouth, to clean my mouth, because I was speaking Mi'kmaq. And the Anyap tells me we don't speak that language here. That language is no here. So all my life, I was afraid to speak too much Mi'kmaq. I was always ashamed of speaking Mi'kmaq. So I spoke English, mostly English all my life. I even taught my children the English. And now I'm older and, I speak Mi'kmaq. And I'm so proud of being a Mi'kmaq and speaking the Mi'kmaq. But I want to tell you a story which happened about maybe 20, maybe 25 years. It was a long time ago anyway. I think the school was still standing there before it burned down. And the late old man, Peter Robertson, my late wife and I, we were visiting Peter Robertson's house and his family, because I understand that I was like related to Peter Robertson and his family. So anyway, we were talking, and this is about in the middle of July. It's very warm, very hot out there. So we just kept the door open in the kitchen area, drinking tea and just talking. And I suppose we were just talking about the residential school, of course. And we were just sharing some stories and what he experienced, what he saw, and what I experienced in the residential school. Anyway, while we were talking, I felt this cold wind. It was so cold to me. It was like very, very cold. But it just felt like it went right through my body and right through my bones. I didn't know what it was, but it was very cold.
And I told Peter about it, and Peter said, I don't feel anything. Well, I said, I do. And so that was it. I forgot about it for a while until a few years ago, way few years ago, maybe, I don't know what time, what year it was, but the late Dale Sharkey, who was a social worker in Nescazone, identified what was going on in me with the residential school. He helped me out while I was like going to the counseling. And he said, those were the spirits of the children that came to visit you and went through you. I don't know if anybody else went through, had that experience, but if you ever do go to that area of the residential school, and if you feel this cold wind coming to you, that's the spirits of the children, as far as I know, anyway. Don't be afraid, because I wasn't afraid. Of course, I was wondering what it was, but now I know we still have spirits in that area, and I don't know how long they're going to be there, but I pray for them now. I do a lot of praying because that's about all I can do. Getting older, I have my health is not as good as it was. So all I can do now is just pray. I pray a lot. So I pray for the residential school children. Walalio.
Well, and so we'll go to Bill here, and anything for the day too. We're at the end of the day, but I just want to say to everyone, like, if it's questions around commemoration or anything about the whole day, if you have thoughts you want to share, just there's no wrong thoughts.
I'll come up front, it'll be easier. Okay. I'm going to come up front so that people don't have to turn around. I'm going to share with you a story. We talk about those of us here that are survivors. We went to the schools. We came home. But this is a story that not many people know about. If we remember correctly, the government said if the children didn't go to school, our parents were sent to jail. This is a story of a young man. I won't use his name out of respect for him. I used to work for Correction Services Canada, and I worked with the Native Brotherhood in the Pacific region jails. I met a young man there. I asked him, when I finally got to know him well enough to ask him, I said, when did you come to jail? He said, 1963. This was in 1988, I was talking to him. I finally asked him, why are you here? Because normally when they came to me, they would bring me a big, thick file of all their offenses. His file was one sheet of paper. His offense for being in jail was not sending his children to residential school. He had been there since 1963, and they couldn't let him go because there was no chargeable offense that they could put him in there for. And he had been there for 25 years because he would not send his children to school. This is the other side to the story of our parents, what they went through. And he stood up for his principles for that long, that he would not send his children. So when we talk about remembering the survivors, let us also remember the parents
and what they put up with so that we wouldn't go, and how they stood up on their pride and their beliefs to give us the livelihood that we have today. I still remember him coming up to me. I still remember talking to him for many hours. He was there because he believed that his children should not go there. He finally walked out about 3 years later. His children that he had refused to send to school were now adults with children of their own. So when we remember them, let us also remember the other families, what they went through, the strength it took for them to stand for their beliefs. Thank you.
Well, Bill. So and again, before we go to closing remarks, I just want to make sure that we have that opportunity to share if there's anyone who would like to share. Or ask questions of Tim or the crew or anyone. We have one in the back.
I can't keep my mouth shut. I come here yesterday and here last night, and I wanted to be here because there were survivors who were going to be here. And I really didn't know what the agenda was or stuff like that, But I was sitting alone. My wife went out for a cigarette. She was gone for hours. Anyway, sitting alone, and I'm listening to laughter from that corner, laughter over here, and then laughter here. Our people, what they went through, is just shows how resilient and how strong they are. I didn't know what they were talking about, but I was sitting alone, and I was feeling the happiness. What I was so proud of was hearing, everybody speaking their language. Language from out west, Mi'kmaq, so beautiful, and we still have it. I always, when I go tell my stories telling about what government and the church did, we don't blame the general public really, but the government and the church spend millions, trillions, or in billions and trillions of dollars to take our culture away, and to take our language away, take the Indian of the child. They might have succeeded for a little while, because when I got out of Shubi, went to high school, I'm reading about us being savages and stuff like that, and getting discrimination from the school, from leaving the residential school, When I left, that was behind me, But something happened, at that residential school. I was anger. There was anger in me, And like many survivors, we turn to alcohol, we turn to drugs, when you get angry, stuff like that, They say, well, Vaughn Nicholas, he's a nice guy, no trouble at all, and everybody. But that anger goes to somebody closest to you. My wife, my kids. I did to my kids what was done to me in residential school, But what I want to say is that I went to the Freedom Day School this past June for the first time, and walked from that school towards the train station, and what I seen there was a lot of resiliency, a lot of survivors, a lot of elders, but most importantly, I seen the kids. happy, dancing, singing, and that's what we are. We're survivors, and they didn't destroy us. We're still here. Thank you.
Well, Alan Vaughn. So before I go to Harley, like that name, my nephew's name is Harley. So, Lottie.
Hi. We put together, when Shirley and I were at NADICA, we met with survivors, and we came up with a list of Shubie slang. So I says, and everybody used to say, well, where is it? So finally I had it on one of the computers, and I couldn't find it, and I found it. And so there's like almost 2 pages of it, and if there's more, then people can add it. So they just made some. And you can get one if you want. So I think she said she made about 30 copies. I don't know how many survivors are here. Yeah. Oh, boy. Give me a mic and make me talk, huh? Yeah. I was going to talk about something I forgot. Oh, when I was up there, one of the elders from Millbrook here, I was in Shubie school with her, but she left around the same time I got there. She left the next year. Her older sister left before. But her brother was Maurice, one of the ones, Maurice Young, one of the ones that died there. And he was never... She didn't know where he was buried. And until something was happening, something was going on up, I'm not sure if it was with survivors or whatever, but we went up to the graveyard in Shubenacadie, and Janie was telling me, she says that she showed me a spot where she believes he was buried. So another person told her, but it's outside of the grave. They wouldn't bury him on sacred ground. So he was buried outside, and she wanted to find the grave and have him properly buried and marked. So that was the other thing I was going to say. Some of them may be buried in Shubie, I don't know, or graves around there. Okay.
Well, Lottie. And I guess I will go. I'll go to Harley, but before that, I know there's a few online. I don't know if we've ended the online, but just know the National Advisory Committee website has an extensive frequently asked questions document that is regularly updated. All of the questions in the chat today will be noted, and I think perhaps a documentation of questions asked today, and so yeah. And a reminder for those statements, we have, I believe her name is Gloria. Is it Gloria? Yeah, Gloria. So Gloria is with us, and so for those statements, if you're still wanting to give them, Gloria is here with us to help with that. So. Without further ado, I will pass it on to Harley Crowshoe, who will provide some of our closing remarks.
We'll turn it over to Terry Brown first. She's with the Circle of Survivors.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to go to Terry Brown first, who's with our Circle of Survivors.
Thank you. Do I use this or that?
This or whichever you want.
I'll use that.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. From Tahltan Territory in northern British Columbia. Just want to share with you how beautiful it is to hear your language spoken here. You had contact many decades before we did. In northern BC, the Russians actually used to own Alaska, and when they mapped out the area, we're close to the panhandle of Alaska. Our river goes into the U.S., side. And anyways, when they mapped it out, the Russians missed our river, which is the Stikine River. And luckily so, because we never had contact until the 1880s. So it's quite incredible. But when contact came, we suffered a great deal. There's only 20, maybe 25 speakers left, and we're struggling to revive our language. And my name is Shubenacadie Brown, and from the Tahltan Nation. I'm a member of the Crow clan. And we're a bit of a trickster people, you know how it is. And I'm really honored to be here in Mi'kma'ki. And I just, I'm so thrilled, and it's so touching, you know, when you think you've heard it all, you hear some more. And it's not only about the sadness, it's about our resilience. I know Lottie May very well. We were on the Truth Commission together, and we went to all the national events and that. And Doreen Bernard is a good friend as well. And so I'm really happy to see their territory. We would all like to thank our MC, Aaron Prosper, for starting us off this morning in such a beautiful way, especially with the honor song. It was incredibly beautiful. And Elder Patsy Paul Martin for the prayer that grounded us and set us off on a good path and brought the spirits in. Madu Patsy. And it was really, I was listening to her the whole time, and I'm thinking, I don't think I heard a word of English. Did I? Or maybe it was beautiful. It's just so amazing to hear that language and not hear any English. It's incredible, Patsy. I would like to thank the counselor, Cheryl. Yeah, you could clap for her. She's right there. Thanks Cheryl G.O. for her present. Is it right? G.O. Gio, okay. For the beautiful presentation today, and welcome to the territory. It was beautiful. And the survivor panel, of course, it's so wonderful to hear Lottie May again, and it was just so touching and moving. It was beautiful. She reminded us of the importance of the truth and that we share, and how important it is for people to listen. Of course, I never got to meet Nora Bernard, and of course her spirit is with all of us all across Canada. We may not have met her, but we know of her. And Shirley Morris talked about the importance of mental health supports, and I want to really stress that a lot of the mental health supports are accessed by women, so we really want to encourage the men to go for counseling and try to get a clear picture of what's affecting us. And it's important. I have gone for a lot of healing as well. And I just want to share that I suffer from PTSD as a result of the school. So I have gone for PTSD training. I think it was called training. I'm not sure. Anyways, it's part of to heal from the PSTD that we suffer from, and there are specific programs for that. And Alan Knockwood, thank you so much. He talked about the ways in which children could disappear with little trace. He urged us, just because you can't find a physical body, don't give up on us. And that is so true. And on the panel updates on the search for residential schools missing children, again, Councillor Cheryl G.U. provided an update on the work being done by the Shubenacadie First Nation. She talked about the magnitude of the search process. There is so much work still to be done, including gathering the statement of survivors. It's very important that this be done, because they cannot know the story without us. And the archival research and ground search. Alison Bailey, Crown Indigenous Relations, thank you for being here and talking about the different aspects of finding and honoring the children. The key takeaway there is there's funding for many different aspects of the search process, including gathering statements, taking care of survivors, and honoring the children. And then, of course, Stephanie Scott, our very own Stephanie Scott. I don't even know if she's in the room, but thank you so much, Steph. I've known her for many years, since the Truth Commission. And I teased them a lot. I said, you were all so very young when we started. and I as well. Oh, there she is. That's our Stephanie. Somebody asked me today if she was my daughter. I said, yep. Yeah, Stephanie's been a real trooper. She's gone through this journey with us all, looked after us, picked us up and dusted us off and put us back on the trail. She never gives up on us. It's really, really wonderful. She's from the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, and which I serve on the Circle of Survivors for the and with the National Advisory Committee on Missing Children and Unmarked Burials. And in response to the 215 little ones found in Kamloops 2 years ago, we are focused on supporting communities who are in process of finding missing children by providing resources and expertise on a range of topics. We want to acknowledge and thank participants for sharing and the reminder about the strength, courage, and resilience of survivors and the leadership that has provided by those who have now passed on, like Nora Bernard. Several spoke of the power of the spirits of the little one. How much of what is happening today is only possible because of the impact that they had on the people of Canada. They could no longer deny that children were buried in these graves, and it is in fact genocide. They removed the word cultural from any reference to genocide, and that is what I wanted to see as a survivor. We were also reminded that in addition to the families, there are also friends and classmates who remember children who went missing. They also have unanswered questions. They also want to be able to mourn. And again, the resiliency is so remarkable in the room, just watching you and hearing you all speak. And I've been out here before and I didn't hear so much of that, and it's just, you really, really give me strength and hope. So it's really, I want to introduce Carly Croshoe, and he will provide a summary of this afternoon. And while he's coming up, maybe I'll tell you his new nickname. Can I, Harley? He's an ex-RCMP, so watch out. Harley said he went his whole life without having a nickname, so as soon as he joined the group, he got a nickname, Silver Fox. I bring you Silver Fox.
Thank you, Terry. And I'm sure that it's going to, that nickname will beat me home before I get there. And they'll all have a good laugh at me. It is definitely and certainly an honor to be here. And as you mentioned, it's Harley Croshoe, aka Silver Fox. My Blackfoot name is Gayu Pika, which is bear child. And that was given to me in a celebration way back in the early 90s with a large group of elders that have gathered and during the celebration. And I had an opportunity to after the name was transferred to me and the honor dance was finished, a lot of the elders called me over, and they were from different parts of Canada and also into the U.S. and also in the north, the Dene. And one of the things that they did share with me was the story of how Bearchild came about in their culture, in their community. And we believe as Blackfoot people, when you share those stories about the name, it becomes strong and powerful. And so I just hope that I honor those elders in a good way as I carry this name forward in my journey. I'm from southern Alberta, the Piikani Nation, which is Blackfoot, the Blackfoot Confederacy, and there's four tribes that are part of the Blackfoot Confederacy. Piikani, where I come from, the Blood Tribe, or the Kainai Nation, the Siksika Nation, which is east of Calgary, and I have their logo. And and also the Blackfeet, which is like we're the North Pagani, and the Blackfeet in Montana are the South Pagani. So they're, before that American border was created, we were a large tribe. So yeah, there's the 4 of us that make up the Blackfoot Confederacy. So it is certainly an honor to be here today. And thank you, Jackie, for sharing the name that I'll be known with for a long, I mean, Terry. Yeah. So, yeah. I think the story about how that name came about is another day. Yeah. But it was a funny one, and certainly we had a lot of good laughs that day, and it was up in the Northwest Territories when you visited there in, I believe it was in last June. So I guess I have a nickname. So, you know, this today, and even last night when Aaron sang that, you know, beautiful honor song, and I believe Clark had the prayer, and it just connected with us, and it really made us feel welcome into your territory, because this is special. You know, as Terry mentioned earlier, the contact occurred here a lot sooner than our community and our culture or our tribe. Because if you remember the Lewis and Clark expedition, and if you read about it, they always talk about, you know, the Blackfoot, their encounter with the Blackfoot, and they always say, don't ever encounter them. You know, we didn't leave them with a good impression, so we were fortunate to not have another contact for a number of years because of what they mentioned about us in that expedition. So, which was nice, you know. I think only because we liked to count coup and we snuck into their camp and took their horses or something. So this afternoon, you know, we had an opportunity to listen to the panel on the key considerations when undertaking archival research. And the first one that shared was Jesse, I think, Botu. You know, I may have mispronounced that, but from the National Center of Truth and Reconciliation. You know, he gave us a sense of the incredible range of documents that can be used and in the search process. You know, certainly this is complex work and it can't be done quickly, but there are people who can help, and it's important to find those trustworthy people and helpers that can help build a relationship and help you on that search journey. Then we had Ryan Shackleton, you know, from No History. And I did grab your book in the back. You know, I was very interested. It talked about the information needed to find missing children that have been scattered everywhere, including other countries. He gave us a powerful example of how different sources of information can be brought together. Survivor memories are the starting point. Bringing these memories together with other sources of information is how we start to pinpoint specific locations and begin to narrow down those significance. And I think of, you know, my grandparents and our elders from the various communities that I've, you know, had the opportunity to visit and get to know them, and they have a lot of stories that they've shared with us. And, you know, I remember some of the old people talking about, you know, the missing children that never came home, and their spirits are still there. And I remember through the years hearing those stories. And when Kamloops made that announcement of the 215, I just felt like my legs were just swept out from under me, and my heart, the strings in my heart were just being pulled, because I remembered all those stories. And I thought, you know, why weren't they listened to sooner? You know, but, you know, we're at that journey now, and we need to keep moving forward within that journey, and not to get discouraged, and keep moving forward. So next we had Roger Lewis, Mi'kmaq Cultural Heritage Center. And I had a chance to chat with him during the lunchtime and had a nice conversation. Of course, my jersey was a center of attention, so we had a chat about that. So, he talked about the changes that need to take place in colonial institutions that hold so much important documents and cultural property of Indigenous people. He also talked about the role of an emerging generation of young elders in helping make these changes. And yes, where I come from, a lot of our sacred items are in the museums, in those institutions, and even to this day, we have had elders and these young elders go in there and retrieve them and bring them back home. And at times, when they took them, they didn't know if they were going to be arrested. But they are back home, and they are part of our ceremonies again, those sacred items. Jonathan Fowler from the St. Mary's University talked about how the ground search that is already in place at, and forgive me if I say this wrong, Shubenacadie, was only possible because of a foundation base of other research. In addition to the archival documents referred by the other speakers, he also talked about freely available mapping tools like decades of aerial photographs and more recent forms of aerial images. And I was really interested in that because when I met with a lot of the communities, that was a challenge that they were having, is trying to, find or access the archival information for those, aerial images. And it would really help. And to see that he was able to go back, I believe, to 1938 is just incredible. So it's a starting point, having a look at those, and it's nice to see that some of that information is now available. And the next presenter we had was honoring our children, and I found that especially so special. So, Tim Bernard from Mi'kmaq Debert shared a powerful video with us that will also promote the NAC website. He talked about the importance of hearing from survivors so that their voices, their experiences, and their hearts are reflected when we remember and honor the survivors and the children who never came home. What really hit me hard was the numbers that we were given when we were in residential school, and we were just known by those numbers. Also, the stories of our grandparents, and our parents, because they experienced and they suffered through that painful time. And just a little story of my grandmother, when they mentioned, "Don't ever forget where you come from" in the video. My grandmother would tell me that all the time. She would tell me, "Don't forget where you come from." But at the same time, when you travel, get to know the people that you're visiting, because it's important. Terry said, it gives her strength and hope. And this also gives me strength and hope, because my parents went through residential school, and they didn't share the stories until they got older. And yes, I do have a background in policing for many years before I retired. So in their later years, my father was very, proud and stubborn. And the language was taken away from him. Well, not taken away, but he refused to talk his language of Blackfoot. And he wasn't, he wouldn't participate in the ceremonies. And through the years, I became very involved in my spirituality, my culture, and the ceremonies. And I remember when he got quite ill, he asked me to come in and smudge him and pray with him, and I felt that was such an honor. And at that point, that's when he shared with me his experience in residential school. And it was a really painful experience for him. And really, we both had tears, when he was telling that story. And then when my mother had to talk with the lawyer about her experience, she asked me if I would sit there and be with her to support her. And she never told any of the other kids. So I sat there, and it was hard. And the experience, I couldn't believe what she went through. So, it's important when you share that experience. I know it's painful, but, we need to, tell that story. And even if it's, on one-on-one, we need that in order to keep that journey moving forward. So, that's, I just wanted to share that. The day today was incredible. I met a lot of people, and certainly I'm glad I wore my jersey today, so it opened those doors for conversation. And I met a number of individuals that, knew a relative of mine or two that have traveled out here to the east, and that was so nice because, it's visiting, our brothers and sisters from another territory. And then being able to come here in your territory is such a blessing and an honor. And to be welcomed in the way that you welcomed us, we give you thanks. And thank you for that. Thank you for this day.
Thank you, Harley. So, to end this day, and first a special thank you. I know we didn't see them in the room, but we do have interpreters with us online, and to the National Advisory Committee and the Circle of Survivor members and all of the support staff. We also thank the staff of the hotel for their service and their meals. And then a final thank you to everyone who has joined us in this conversation today, both online and in this room. We will be ending our live stream portion, but and I just wanted to make sure that we ended it in a good way for those folks that are online. Once we end the live stream, we're going to actually be having a ceremony that will be done by Jane Meter, and Jane is with us. But with that, I guess for all of those online and also us in the room, I want to end with a song, and I'll sing that song, and I'd also like to ask if Patsy would come and give our closing prayer after that song. But when I think of the day, this is, I always like to say my favorite quote. It's from an elder from my community. And that quote is this. And when I say this word ulnu, I talked a little bit about it, I think yesterday, comes from the Mi'kmaq word nilnu meaning my tongue. So ulnu meaning the people, or ulnu, that's what we call ourselves. We don't call ourselves Mi'kmaq all the time. We call ourselves ulnu. That's who we are, the people. And what I'm always taught by our elders is that all indigenous people are ulnu in some way. Sometimes we say Bilui ulnu, like the other ulnu, the other people, but ulnu, you're ulnu no matter what, whatever comes off your tongue. And this quote sort of speaks to that. Megruedem dantilio noti garmwanda seb ulnuisot the meloage. Delaway nin bukta ulnuisi. Ulnuisin na bukta ulnuisi. Mogahadisio. Akinama chwen gigama ulnuisin na gigawa ulnuisidisk. Gaius deloes goe na glabus midwajish considulto. Be proud of who you are as ulnu. Don't look down on it. Don't look down on who you are as ulnu. And I say, bukta ulnui, speak your language. If you know your language, if you speak ulnu, and then bukta ulnui, speak it more and be proud of it. Mugahadisi, don't be afraid to only speak Mi'kmaq and mix it. But if you mix it, that's okay too. And when you teach your family unnu, speak it in the home. Don't be afraid. Gigwa unnu is speak migma in your home. And when we say that, when we say what I'm saying in this quote, naglabis mijwaji jinsaduto, our children will eventually start to understand. And that's a rough translation of that. And that was from one of my elders in my community, and I always loved that quote. And so before the song that came to me, it was on the video actually made by one of my best friends and my mentor, Michael R. Denny. Michael R. Shared the story of his dad, Jake. Jake passed away and was a survivor. But that song and thought, when Lottie was saying, about one of the children being buried and they didn't want them on sacred ground. This song talks about, it's called Sacred Ground. That's what Michael R. called the song, and he sang it in that. And it's Sahawegi Dilamuksigi Mulgi Amalkai. Na mahamigo danamakka rotig na get mego chidulno. They say we have been dancing here. They have said for a long time we have been dancing strongly. And when we dance on this land, we are honoring our people. We are honoring the Ulnu people, all of them, and everybody's Ulnu to that Mi'kmaq. And so I'll close with that song, and then I'll pass it on to Patsy to close that prayer. So that song again was shared in that video, and I just wanted to explain that song that was there, and my best friend who sings it, and I've asked him. Offered him tobacco to be able to sing it in certain moments, and he's graciously said yes. And so that's Michael R. song. I want to sing his song. So would like to invite Patsy to give our closing prayer.
Walalina. Kiskuk, Kedu Mui Wal no, Teji Bugwal Kakelu Koi Gizadwo. And Kamla Mun Keskuk. Muda Megide de Mulno, Kiloktan Wajidayo. Chidnine Nutroltir. Well Dazi, Kizima Widayo, Kizima Gluzultio, Apantado Kamla Munwal. Kisog, Edamol nexeu nego yo abon muinen. Igin muinen mulgi genori. A igin muinen tsuduoran. A kindu muinen dakwe abiksik tuaran. Muda negmoe abon mukstidisnu. Ilkuja luxidisnu. A mulgi gna luxidisnu. Ede wacht mij negwayu. Deze bugalki kizugu gekik. Tana wanda swalujik. Tan si qadmudijik. Anu dajik mulmalia muksino. Kizuk abon masudil gimune gemuk. Kedu walsid mesokik. Deze bugalki mimajinu ulmajida sultijik. Deze bugalt mijwaji jwejud lam qamuk. Akhwuja ami jwal melki gnadigal. Mudaginu nigwe kisko gedle wistudik. Anegwa yu bemweji ugik. Abemeji melki gnadik. Kiso nabon muksik. Muda alsud magan na melki gnach. Alsud magan sabaluxidisnu. Waldasi kiso kigin muksik siduoran. Waldasi igin muksik teji gizoltik. Kisi waskawoltik, mawel multik. Atkide multik, akol majida sultik. Nana negamoina mpiluxidisnu. Kisuk edawe negwayo. Aunis kwaluxino salsudiktuk. Mega de walalio. Telgulia boron muyek. Anegwayo alsud mesol tosub. Pantad no kamla manual. Akizib sankuige menonadaway. Chilkini jannach. Kam chichitach kiskliach la negmoila. Anuda siawadno. Muda negmoina mulgignodi. Agada wachtemai. Geluk tajgoron chitsit gilok. Agada wachtemai. Geluk mimajuaran. Am sidnogumach nadliaj.
Will das for all those online, we will now end our live stream portion and we will move into that healing ceremony that will take place here in this room, I believe, with Jane Meter. So Jane Meter's here outside. She might take 5 minutes to set up, but we will do that. Well das natal bejidayo. And for those of you who leave, who don't stay, well madano tantlevultio. I wish you safe travels wherever your home is. It's been my honor to be an MC, and we'll take 5 minutes to allow Jane to get ready, and we'll start that healing ceremony.